Lois, can you move, please? Thanks. No, good. Yep. So we're ready to go. Thank you. Okay, so we'll declare today's meeting of council open. We'll begin with karakia. Mic. Tue ki runga, tue ki raro, tue ki waho, tue ki roto, tue ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rango te ao, homie, hui, taipie. Thanks, everyone. So yes, we have got an apology from Councillor Alexa Forbes. Other than that, I think we've got everyone. Everyone else is online from what I can see or present in the chamber. So welcome along and welcome to everyone else that's joined us as well, either in the chamber or online. Somebody care to move the apology of Councillor Forbes? Councillor Wilson, seconded. Councillor McCall, all in favour? Aye. Against, carried. Public forum, we have got public forum today and we have got Pierre there on line, I can see. So now is your moment, Pierre, over to you.
Kia ora koto katoa. Can you hear me well?
Yep, we can. Perfectly.
Thank you. My apologies for not being present in person today. I have another meeting in Wanaka later on, but I am grateful to be able to attend online. Thank you. As we speak, the climate crisis keeps unraveling. April was the second warmest April on record and the 21st month in a 22-month period to be above 1.5. Consequently, Aotearoa has had its fair share of destructive floods and storms last month. Ex-cyclone Tam damaged properties, roads, infrastructure, and left people out of power for 4 days in parts of Auckland. The Christchurch region also went through damaging floods and through a state of emergency. But we didn't hear so much about it. Sadly, these kinds of events are becoming the new normal. They do have a cost though. Each one of these events makes food more expensive, infrastructure more expensive, insurances more expensive, and sometimes less available, etc. A good example of the link between extreme weather and the cost of living is the Japanese rice crisis. This staple of Japanese cuisine has doubled in price since last year due to 2 years of record heat that reduced yield. Last month, we reported to you that the Japanese government had to release 200,000 tons of rice from the strategic reserves. They just announced that they will release another 100,000 tons of rice as demand is still exceeding the supply and high prices are still weighing heavily on Japanese households. Now, it is not all bad news this month. Extinction Rebellion Tamaki Makoro was speaking at Auckland's council last week, and during the follow-up questions, one of the councillors said that what was keeping him awake at night was the increase in Chinese emissions. Luckily, he was mistaken. Chinese emissions have actually been dropping for a year now, mostly thanks to the fast increase in renewable electricity generation. New Zealand being one of the countries in the world with the highest emissions per capita, we also need to play our part. And there is hope for that. Rewiring Aotearoa has just released the latest report, the machine count. It shows that 84% of the 10 million or so fossil fuel-powered machines in New Zealand are ready to be electrified. This means that alternatives to these machines are readily available and are cheaper to run over their lifetime. The first time we spoke in front of this council, Councillor Scott asked me what actions we wanted to see this council take. I went on to explain that there is no silver bullet to climate change and that what we need is a change of mindset where we question the consequences of everything we do and that we need to act on these. To replace all fossil fuel machines with electric or human-powered options isn't a silver bullet, but it is the closest thing we have to one. 73% of global emissions are coming from the burning of fossil fuels. and most of these emissions are avoidable with today's technology and at an economic advantage compared to the old dirty technologies we used to. So to electrify machines is the easiest climate action we can take, and it is the most impactful climate action we can take. But it is also a condition for anything else to be worthwhile. If we do not stop burning fossil fuels, there is no point in pretending that we are doing anything. The result will be the same. So we hope that you will all read the machine count report, that you will electrify all the machines needed by the Council, that you will electrify all the machines you personally use, and that you will create policies to accelerate the electrification of the region. The electrification section of the regional deal proposal being already a good example and a good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Do we have any questions? Councillor Wilson.
It's a very good challenge, thank you, Pierre. I'm just wondering how we could, or if there is a role for us to articulate how many vehicles we have, for example, that could be transferred. And I appreciate, I'm interested, Pierre, actually, with your knowledge, I understand cars changing to electrification. How are we progressing with alternatives for utes and things on the marketplace? Do you know how successful they have been?
So pure electric utes, I mean, first overall, on transport electrification regarding cars, New Zealand is a laggard. Norway has got 100% of new cars sold, pretty much 99, something like that, being electric. China is at 50%. Scandinavian countries, Holland in Europe, they are more than 50%. We are at around 10%. Utes do exist. They're not that easily available in New Zealand. There is one model that's purely electric, an LDV one. Now, there is a fairly good hybrid BYD with electric 80 kilometers of pure electric range. That's very popular. But in the US, you have a lot of options. We just need incentives to push these companies to import them in New Zealand. They do exist. They're just not quite here yet.
Great. Thank you, Pierre. Sorry.
Well, I think it is an interesting challenge, and I suppose it's one to put on. There are many things we can do as council, and I don't want another report necessarily, but it'd be interesting to have an idea of how many cars we have at some stage that we could put into a program for electrification at some stage. If we never get that, we won't look at it.
That would be great to see more council cars being electric.
Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Pierre. I don't see any other hands up at the moment. So once again, thanks heaps for joining us on Public Forum, and hope the rest of your day goes well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can confirm our agenda for today. Yeah, no, you're not grabbing your mic for any reason there, Richard, with a surprise. No, so we're confirming the agenda. Declarations of interest, just as a reminder there to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises, and if there's any new ones, please update them. Councillor Mepham.
Just like to register a conflict of interest with items 10.1 and 10.2 as a trustee of the Eli Penguin Trust.
Okay. Can we deal with that in a way that Councillor Mepham can be involved in some of the debate, perhaps?
I can just sit back.
Okay, you're happy to just sit back for both of those. Yep.
Ditto with the mid-tidal way, albeit it's unsuccessful. But
okay, thank you. Right, no presentations today. Confirmation of the minutes there. We've actually got 3 sets there. So 20th of November, 19th of March and 9th of April. Anybody care to move all of those together, or have we got any issues? Right, Councillor Noon's going to do that, seconded by Councillor McCall.
Madam Chair, can I just ask a question?
Yep.
The minutes from the 20th of November 2024, the first set of minutes in front of us, Public Forum, Angela Patterson spoke to us about erosion, 905, 921 Carrington Road, which is close to Taroney Beach. I just wondered whether, I don't even know the answer now, but hopefully that has either someone has spoken to her or we've said, yes, it's a responsibility that we need to follow up or whatever. I don't need to know the answer now, but it's just something that's hopefully doesn't fall through the cracks. That's all.
Yeah, it's good to note that, and yes, we're putting in place a more robust process to deal with. I've noted that as well, public forum, if there's matters that do actually need to be followed up on as well, or just noting people who have spoken as well. So yeah, good point. Thank you. We'll make sure that one's there. Right, so I'm about to put that all in favour. Aye, against, carried. The action register, you'll note, isn't there. It will feature in the next council meeting of the 25th of June. It needs to be updated. We saw it in a form at the last meeting that needed updating. It is still in that form, and by the time it comes back in June, it will be looking different. Is that right, Richard?
Yeah, that's right. So obviously there's a number of actions that we have closed out or be looking to close out before the end of financial year. So there'll be a full report on those outstanding actions for the June meeting.
Thank you. So we're on to the CE report. If you would like to speak on any of those matters, Richard.
Report this time includes a customer experience update, which hadn't been in there for a few months. We did this at a time through the rate strike where there was interest from the council table just around the level of calls and sentiment of those calls, but it is a report that Dem and the team produced. So I just thought that we could put it in here intermittently just so you can see sort of what levels we're operating at in the customer experience space. There was no other reason for it, just other than putting it back in after a few months, excuse me, of it not being there. Just noting both the financial and the non-financial Q3 results are on the Finance Committee agenda, and there'll be an opportunity to have a detailed discussion on both of those at tomorrow morning's committee meeting. So while we can touch on them, we are expecting to have the bulk of conversations around that tomorrow as part of the Q3 sort of deep dive into results and the end of financial year forecast that are included with those Q3 results. And the other one that is in there that hasn't been for a while is the business improvement and efficiency review progress. So that has been something that's been worked on by a number of our staff. So there's an update in there on some progress that's made on some of those actions and some that are still waiting to get underway. So just happy to take questions if there are any.
Councillor Metham.
Richard, a couple of weeks ago, the ODT had an article about the Kaikorai stream and the state of that. It's pretty topical in the sense that it is probably heavily degraded, probably one of the most degraded, I think, in Dunedin anyway. In terms of the site-specific programs for degraded waterways, what would be the process in somehow including that? And I'm picking this up from we've got this as a milestone in our performance measures around site-specific projects.
Yeah, so I mean, there's always an opportunity for council to request information about how we might stand up a project on a specific issue. So there's a number of ways the Kaikorai stream could engage with us. There's obviously a catchment group or a community group that are active in that space now. So there's opportunities for them through the Eco Fund and through engaging with the catchment advisor team if there's specific needs. If council was of a mind to ask staff to actively pursue a project in Kaikorai, I would say that would be a request for a report that considered how we might do that, what the cost would be, and how it would be prioritised against other work. So you could consider that, and that would need the consensus of your colleagues. Mm-hmm. In terms of the site-led programs, you'll recall they have been removed from future budgets on the basis that the Environmental Fund was confirmed through the long-term plan. So we don't currently have anything in the future budgets to carry on past Tomahawk and Tuakatoto and Waifakata Lake Hayes in terms of ORC-led or site-specific programs. So that work program and it's reported there is I'm pretty sure it'll be read because we're not doing it as that funding's come out. So it won't form part of that program unless that budget's put back in, but you could still request staff to investigate opportunities for action within the Kaikorai Stream catchment.
Okay, but it would be through that eco fund then.
No.
It's the
The
fund, sorry.
community group could access the eco fund.
the environmental fund. That's what we're talking about.
It would, no, my sense is that it would be a separate, but you could choose to allocate funding through that environmental fund. But first, I think the council would need to consider a paper from staff so you can weigh it up against other priorities and be sure that that is where you'd like to direct some resource.
Yeah.
There is a number of, I guess, independent pieces of work. There's Sam's been leading some work in terms of the estuary as part of the science program. We're heavily involved in compliance right through that catchment because there are a number of industrial consents, as was reported, and so there is a lot of work that goes on in that Kaikorai Stream catchment, but there isn't currently a connected program under a Kaikorai Stream umbrella that brings all of those things together, along with community interactions, almost under the sort of integrated catchment management model. We don't have anything like that stood up in Kaikorai at present.
There is a small group involved in Aroha Kaikorai Valley, but that's only on aspects of the tributaries actually coming into that river. So
Thanks. Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, yeah, just further to that, I understood there to be some work being done on prioritising degraded water bodies. And I wonder where that piece of work is, or is that being progressed?
So that was with a view to selecting the next sites under those site-specific programs post the 3 that have been or are underway. And then there's been a decision made to discontinue that line of funding offset by the movement. So that particular piece of work hasn't progressed.
Okay.
Councillor McCall.
Yeah, just briefly on the Kaikorai Valley, may not be appropriate, but I can assure you that the Otago catchment community is working closely with the community group there to enable them to collaborate and work with their community and giving them not insignificant funding to enable that.
Which is again something we support too. So yeah, thanks. Councillor Wilson.
On paragraphs 23 to 26 on the business improvement and efficiency review, you talk about in paragraph 24, while many actions are either underway or have been completed through routine work, additional resources are required to address more significant improvements. Now, when I go to the report, which is headed appendix 6, so it's, it's okay. It took me a while. It's page 42 of our agenda. You go through all these. It wasn't clear to me what a lot of it was being done internally, but I'm just wondering with clarity, what are the resources we are needing and what do they look like financially? Or am I asking for too much detail? And is it all going to be done in the 25-26 year or the 26? Sorry, in the 24-25 year or in the 25-26 year, and what does that cost look like?
So some of the answer to that is some of the resources required are just internal staff time that we don't have capacity for in the current work program at the moment. Some of it would require specialist input into actions, and that would need to be determined as we map them out as individual projects. They're not all going to be completed in 24-25, which wouldn't be a surprise. In fact, they won't all be completed in 25-26 because some of these are longer term pieces of work. The intent with this report, as we move through the business improvement program, is just to provide greater clarity around the timeframes and how these will be tackled. Where we can reprioritise within existing budgets, we will do that. Where it requires additional spend over and above what you've allocated us, then that's obviously a decision we'll have to come back to you for.
Well, and I suppose I think we're all keen to get to the sweet spot. And if it requires investment sooner than later, then that's highlighting the need for that. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Watson.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, councillor Callagher, your hand's up.
Thanks for that. Richard, just going back to the Kaikoura stream, when a situation like that appears out of the blue in the media, what is the by default immediate reaction of within the staff? Is there an automatic sort of look closely at what is being reported? And it just feels to me a bit odd to not have some level of response or immediate consideration of the concern raised.
Well, when we get those questions, and in this case, we obviously had a significant series of questions from the media who were preparing the article, then we go through and check all of the work that we are undertaking in order to answer those questions accurately. So that's effectively the first check is going through. In this case, they were seeking consent records and compliance records. Previous to that, there'd been an article about rubbish in the estuary, and so there were incident response records that needed to be tested. So it does lead to us going back and reviewing any work we are undertaking in those areas and make sure we're confident with the quality of the work. It doesn't lead to an immediate response from staff on the issue. Obviously, if there's a problem that's identified with a lack of compliance, we'll deal with that straight away. But in terms of the broader program of water quality in the Kaikoura stream, it's not something that staff can determine independent of council to divert a significant number of our resources to start focusing on how we might address that issue. We would need some direction to stand down on some of the work we're doing in other areas around, rural water quality or some of the other. A lot of it would come either out of the science program or the catchment advisor program with support from others. We would need your direction to be able to do that. So we don't reallocate resources based on those types of issues popping up in the media, but we do certainly check that the work we're doing is of the appropriate standard.
Okay, thank you.
Don't appear to be any other questions on this one. Oh, sorry, councillor Malcolm. Yeah, no problem.
So on page 29, we say that additionally 1.5 million and 3.85 million of the surplus are allocated to the Queenstown and Queenstown transport deficits respectively. But my understanding of that, so if we're saying that's a surplus, actually to me it's not. It's a rated amount that we're collecting to pay back for transport.
Yeah, but it
so
shows on our books as a surplus, and then once we realise the surplus, it's effectively swept into those transport deficit reserves. So what we want to make sure is that when we're saying we've got a $3 million surplus, we're very clear we were already budgeting for 1.3 million of that to be paid back to, so it's not a true surplus.
correct.
So in terms of account, I've spent quite a lot of time, Nick, on this one, so I understand it. And
Yes.
So from pure accounting purposes, it's a surplus because we're rating for more than we are spending this year. But that was on the basis that we were taking some of that surplus to repay the deficits in those transport reserves. So that's the way, and there'll be a chance to discuss it with Nick tomorrow too, just in terms of how we continue to improve that reporting of our reserve balances. And that's something we know council's keen on. But for this year, which is the first year we've actively budgeted to repay that transport deficit, in accounting terms, it is a surplus, but we need that surplus to pay those transport deficits, which effectively means it can't be reallocated to other things, or it shouldn't be. Sorry, I can't say it can't. It's your decision. But the advice is it shouldn't be.
Rightio, I'll go get another accountant. That's good. Yeah, I understand, but it's just
So I know that one of the
I'm
things.
happy with your explanation,
Yeah,
but it should never be treated as a surplus because it is actually a fund that we've, and I see why you're saying it is a surplus because it's not OPEX, but in reality, perhaps we should have a separate
Yeah,
line.
and I think that's what Nick's looking at in terms of treating it from next year is can we create an account that effectively those rates are placed in that account instead of being shown as a surplus?
Yeah, thank you.
That's right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm, important question and good to have that discussion as well. Right, any other questions then? Oh, sure.
On page 35 on. So where we see, and this is probably where can I go to look and see this, where we say the percentage of planned river maintenance program is complete and our target is 85, we're doing at least 85% of our planned maintenance program. Is that based on our total program or our program on each specific area that we're maintaining? So like 85% completion could mean that 4 or 5 rivers are not getting anything.
Yeah, so the way that that's worded, and far be it for me to speak for our auditors, but that is the total program. So in terms of visibility for council, it would be through the science and resilience engineering updates that you'll get from Brett. So I think that's Gary and Alan as co-chairs on that. So there'd be an opportunity to have Brett present at a slightly more granular level on that measure specifically. If you were interested in seeing what the results were at a scheme level as opposed to the aggregated results being 85%.
Yep, cool. Yeah. Thank you. Happy to move.
Happy to move. Fantastic. We're just noting the report and Elliot is seconding that. I'm guessing that there isn't debate, but here now's your opportunity if there is. So we'll put that all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Chair's report is next, and just a couple of things there. There's a number of letters appended to that from ministers, which you will have read and also seen at the time. I wanted to congratulate the technical advisory group on the Otago Deep Water Lakes, who have been working really hard to produce recommendations, I suppose, for research programs. So they will be coming forward to committees, but it's been good to be involved in that governance group, looking at that. So there's been some good progress there. It was great to go to the Fed Farmers AGM and to be invited to that recently. There's been a number of, I suppose, sector meetings around either regional sector, all of sectors or local government New Zealand. And I suppose all of those have publicly available agendas. I can spend some time with council if they would like to know some more on those, but I guess key topics for the sector at the moment are around RM reform and what we know, which is some details, and some of those are outlined in Chris Bishop's letter that's appended, and then also I guess projections of what do we know, what don't we know, and what do we need to be thinking about implementing going forward. And at the moment we don't know heaps, so we're awaiting some key announcements, I suppose, probably in the next even few weeks. So will be good to see that and take it from there and feed in where we can. Another one will be metrics for councils and how we're measured on our performance going forward. So there's been quite a bit of discussion around that. Ongoing discussion around local water done well, which is directly more targeted towards the territorial authority councils, but obviously we're involved as regulator as well, and it's really important to be involved in those discussions. So those are probably key topics. And yeah, just also wanted to really congratulate Tracy and Andrew Patterson, who were the winners of the Balanced Farm Awards Otago Regional Supreme Award, but also picked up multiple other awards, including the Otago Regional Council one, which is focused on fresh water. So it was great to go and visit their property recently as part of the field day that goes with the honour that is winning the Supreme Award in each region. And it was a great day, really well supported. And yeah, I appreciated the chance to go along there. It's a huge thing to host such a big event. And yeah, great that they were able to open their farm to whoever wanted to come along. Another special thank you to Councillor Kate Wilson for her idea to bring together irrigation and water use leaders from throughout the region for an informal chat, looking at opportunities and challenges, and really good to do that. So just want to acknowledge that, and to all those that came along from all corners of the region and took a day out of their busy schedules as well. And all the councillors that came along and supported that as well. Really good to just have conversations with all the different sectors and community that we work with. That's what local government is about. So thank you. Went to the Regional Growth Summit on Friday, and that was well reported in the newspaper. But it was great to have, again, a grouping of people having a conversation about development and growth in Otago. Yeah, quite a lot of stats presented on where we're at in Otago as well, and a positive vibe, I suppose, about some of the opportunities that we've got here, and actually recognising that Otago is the most diverse economy in New Zealand as well, which makes us really resilient and in a pretty unique position. So I enjoyed being part of that day. Met with MP Tangi Utukere, who is the opposition spokesperson for local government, who is doing a round of councils across the country, introducing himself. Came down for that growth summit, so took the opportunity to meet with local councils while he was here. We often do that with ministers or MPs from whichever party they're from. And yeah, a whole lot of letters there. The key ones that we've been considering are the one from Minister Penny Simmons and the one from Chris Bishop around legislative fixes, or other fixes for the gaps we've got as a result of not having a notified land and water plan to do with non-point source discharges, and also water allocation and consenting, which we're well aware of. I don't need to talk about them, but yeah, there's those letters there. Are there any questions? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Two questions, please. The first one is the government's given clear direction about shared services. The provisions have been in Section 17A of the Local Government Act for some time. Is there any discussion in your regional meetings about how we could be doing collaboration better at that level?
There definitely is, and Richard actually is probably best to speak on this, and he's actually in a bit of a leadership position as well.
Yeah, so you're right. There's been strong signals from the government around shared services and opportunities for efficiencies, and the sector has been looking at it for a while, but I think probably there's a bit more impetus now. So there's IT system opportunities, and we're part of the largest of those at the moment, replacing our regulatory system along with 9 other councils. So there's consistency across board, or largely consistency there. We're looking at the environmental monitoring space, and particularly the databases that are used to enable better sharing, and effectively the CEs have given direction for all of the functions of regional councils to be considered where it makes sense and bring those options or opportunities back to the CE forum, which will obviously there's still those decisions need to be made by each council in most cases. But there is much more impetus behind those conversations than there was even 12 months ago.
Well, thank you. And I think just having experience on the Southland and Otago Regional Land Transport Committee and working collaboratively around Southland, I think it's a real space to do some of our bigger, heavier lifting on the planning side for that. So I'm glad to hear that. Can I just mention, because you mentioned the last Friday, and I just want to assure people that regional planning is going well in Otago and Southland, and the idea that inland ports aren't planned for is incorrect, that we've found the place to find that stuff is in the regional land transport plan, and while companies can compete, both well truly outlined in there as an option, that businesses will, in the end of the market, will fix those solutions. And I didn't particularly like the headline, which I thought had left regional planning being criticised. My other question is about your letter from Chris Bishop as Minister of Transport about the prioritising bus egress. While it's a response and it leaves one hopeful that something may happen, I'm just wondering whether, is it too late, I presume, to consider that as an LGNZ remit that may get other councils supporting it? I think it requires work and paperwork to be done for that. I don't know if it's worth it or not. Paperwork has been done. The report is outstandingly good.
We can look at the timeline.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Wilson. No further questions. Yep. Councillor Callagher, and then Ware, I think.
Thanks, Richard. You highlighted the letters that you were saying were I'd say higher importance, but I wondered whether the Mark Mitchell one also needed to be elevated up there too. I think it has quite tight a deadline for a response, and also too sorry, there's really bad feedback coming back from. Hopefully that's not coming through in the chamber.
You're not getting it, but yeah, sorry, you are.
Yeah. Just a lot of static coming through, but anyway, with the Mark Mitchell letter, that one, is there a concern that is potentially arriving at what has been quite a conflict, I suppose, around the table for those with the opinion that rivers should be natural versus those with the opinion, like myself, that we should be doing far more to manage rivers, and the gravel extraction conundrum and those sorts of situations that we've battled with in the past. I assume the response back to Mark or Minister Mitchell will be sort of highlighting that difference and where Otago is currently at.
Yeah, well, that was what I discussed last week with Amanda, I think it was, when Richard was away. We talked and actually we're planning to discuss this as well. That it is important that we reply on this one, that we do have some really good examples in Otago where we've managed things really well as well. So I think we have got some models where we have acted promptly and we've acted efficiently, and we also need to have a close look at where can we improve and how can we work together with the Crown to ensure that it's as smooth as possible so we can act efficiently too. I think it's a real opportunity, this letter, so thanks for bringing it up, Councillor Callagher. It is important.
Garrett, I think my take on the letter is it's more around the council and civil defence ability to respond effectively in current situations, less so than sort of future planning for these spaces. The issue you raise around rivers versus active management through infrastructure is probably, in my mind, a different. What I know the Minister, having heard him talk about, is following a couple of issues around the country with river mouths and with response during floods. He wants a greater degree of confidence that civil defence functions and councils have the processes in place to respond in the event of bad weather. And he's seeking that reassurance through a response we have to provide.
Okay, thanks. Will we get to see the response?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, especially important in your committee chair role as well. So recognise that, Councillor Kelleher and Councillor Somerville, but all of us, it's a really crucial one for communities. Councillor Malcolm.
Just further to that, in his final paragraph is he's looking for us a frank and honest assessment that we're effectively managing local waterways to prevent flooding ahead of and during significant weather events. So from that, I'm really thinking he is wanting to know, have we got our rivers in good nick to prevent that flooding? So it's not just actually when we our very good systems in place, and I'm sure we have got in place, but it's saying, to me, that is saying, have you got it right before you start? And to me, that is, and being frank and honest about it, I would be hoping that we highlight places like we know in the Kakanui that is decisions have been made up there that work hasn't been done and there is vulnerabilities. And perhaps this is an option to for all councils to show government where they feel they are vulnerable and things haven't been done, that there probably is an option to get that to from through Minister Mitchell, probably assistance to get those things rectified and
So
give them
Tom's
priority.
keen to answer you. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just putting together a response to that letter at the moment, and there's been a number of positive reflections in terms of our, where we're at in terms of our position, our ability to respond when a rainfall event arrives. But there's also been a couple of areas that we will need to work through in terms of honest assessments or further actions that might be required in the future, such as planning or additional management of rivers and waterways. But we'll endeavour to make sure that's a good, honest assessment of the state of play in Otago. I think by and large we're able to allocate existing actions to suggest that we will have all of those matters in hand in short order.
Also, I think the partnership that we've had with the Crown and resilience funding for some of the work that we have been doing as well to increase capacity and resilience and the opportunity going forward. So I think, yeah, that's what I was saying when I think there's quite an opportunity as well. So agree, Councillor Malcolm, that we can highlight where there is ongoing work planned as well and where partnership's going to be really important. Sorry, Councillor Lords, you were next.
Thank you. I think there you go.
Yep.
All right. Two questions. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the inland port issue. We are, as I understand it, intimately involved because we have the chair of the Regional Land Transport Committee, of which you'd expect that to be a part, and also because the Port of Otago are championing the Mosgiel solution, and that's when the $8 million from Shane Jones went over. There's now the Call to Stewart proposal that's based at Melbourne. What I'm trying to understand is, are these competing proposals, and what is the ORC's involvement in either of them or both? And is Shane Jones right from our perspective when he says it's frustrating that there wasn't some sort of coalescing of minds in the region before what seems to be two competitive proposals are placed against each other? That's the first question.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Laws. I'm going to hand it back to Councillor Wilson and then I might have a comment at the end. But yeah, in terms of the first bit around the regional transport and planning there.
So there has been, as many people, there have been people discussing an inland port for years in the Otago region around and near Port Otago's facilities. What has been clear in every regional land transport plan that I've been aware of is that while the need for that is something to be put into a plan, where it is, and this includes through the future development strategies for Dunedin, where it actually is located is something that is better affected by the market coming up with solutions. The fact that there may be two looking at being inland ports doesn't actually preclude either of them operating. It's not an either or. There may be a role for both, but in the planning, it's acknowledging there is need for one, saying that there may be some projects available, but not picking the winner. And the best example I can give you is Fairfield in near Ashburton, where Kiwi Rail partnering with Wearens and a few other groups and trucking companies amalgamated to one site. It is something that the market drives to find solutions because they have all of the levers really to make sure it works. And there may well be a place for both, but trying to direct that in a planning sense would be like anyone trying to tell a supermarket where they should be going rather than them choosing.
But we're only one region, aren't we? We're only one region and we've got limited resources. Is this going to be a competition? And is the asset that we own, the Port of Otago, in that competition?
I think there's always competition in any business. It's healthy, and it's not our place to dictate that. I don't think the markets will decide where the best location is. And as Councillor Wilson says, there's some planning elements around roading and what makes sense going forward that we've been involved in for a long time. And also future development strategy work as well. Dunedin was particularly focused on industrial land. There's a shortage in Dunedin of that land, so that was a real focus of our work together with the DCC there in a much wider context. In terms of funding of this site, that's a matter between the Crown and any applicants to that fund. And I don't know who those applicants were, but yes, we were assured on that day that they were really well briefed and that they had all of the data there on paper to assess in a really robust way. That was what Minister Jones was keen to point out. So, that's not a process for us. That's a process between the Crown and any applicants. As we know, it's a loan that was given. Yep.
All right, okay. The next question is to do with the letter of the 14th of April from Penny Simmons to yourself, Gretchen. I was wondering if you can, as of today, tell me if there has been any progress made between the MFE and ORC officials since the 14th of April and where we are as of today.
Yep, I can provide an update on that, Michael. So we have continued engagement with ministry officials, including sharing further information around what we see as a suitable legislative fix. Ministry officials have undertaken to further brief ministers on that information so we can get confirmation or otherwise that legislative fix is still an option. We understand that due to the Privileges Committee and the budget process, there are obviously other priorities in Wellington at the moment, but we are staying engaged with those officials to try and get a response from them as soon as we can.
Okay, so does that mean there'd been no progress made since the 14th of April?
No, so since the 14th of April, we have met, I don't know the exact number, but it's more than once. We've met 2 or 3 times with officials. I've met with senior MFE staff to brief them on the situation as well, and we've had a technical discussion with them on the legislative fix that we are seeking, and shared that information with them. So there has been progress in terms of providing them more information to better inform advice that they provide the ministers.
Okay, but I guess we've had an unfortunate experience, and not so recently, in hoping to change the mind of ministers and haven't. Have we got a plan B for the Otago Regional Council should the legislative fix not be available? And if we haven't got a plan B, are we working on one?
So effectively, plan B would be to bring an option back to the council table around applying for an exemption for a narrow plan change as recommended by the minister. Or the other option would be to effectively do nothing, which I don't think would be the smart option. We will have to do something. We're still hopeful through our conversations and through the most recent correspondence from ministers, including the letter from Minister Bishop on the 12th of May, that we will be able to get a good outcome in terms of that legislative fix. But I appreciate the prior experiences, and time will tell.
So you haven't answered the question. Are we working on a plan B or not?
We're not actively working on those narrow plan changes, no. No, we're not committing staff resource to those at this time.
Okay, thank you.
We hope a decision will be imminent though, because the time is very important to deal with these issues, which we know come to fruition, particularly for the non-point source discharge in April next year. So hoping the decision will be imminent. Thanks. Sorry, Councillor Ware, you've been waiting for ages. Thanks.
That's quite all right. I was just going to ask around the letter from Minister Seymour around school attendance, which I understand was just kind of sent to all councils. But I'm wondering around one of the points was to let them know what's working and what isn't, and I'm wondering if this allows a further conversation to open up between us and Ministry of Education around buses, school buses and public buses, and the interactions and sometimes perverse sort of interactions that occur with Ministry of Education's plans with bus plans, and also just public transport investment where we aren't able to increase frequencies where they might be able to help get kids to school and increase attendance like Minister Seymour would like.
Yeah, it's not a bad suggestion there, Councillor Ware. I hadn't thought of it from that perspective, but yes, that's right. That is something that we have encountered recently and ongoing to do with the overlap or lack of overlap of Ministry of Education services and public transport, and where that best can integrate. There could certainly be improvements there, that's for sure. So no doubt the panel as well will be considering some submissions around families and access to services as well. So whether or not recommendations come through there, we'll be interested to see. But that is something we could contribute, definitely. Yep. Councillor Callagher.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to be asking a second question, but it's just following on from the laws. The situation with the port versus the Milton or Melbourne hub concerns me a bit, because the comment you made around the market will sort itself out. Are you talking about the market and how these sites potentially go ahead versus the market after they're developed? Because for our port, this will be a very sizable, very substantial investment, and the Milton site is still potentially $3 billion of cost. Then I imagine will be less than that, but it could have a quite serious impact on our balance sheet if both of these projects go together. And there is obvious issues that are appearing with the Mosgiel one already. So I'm just wondering whether will there be any raising of concern with the port from the ORC as the owner of the port around these potential issues, and whether they will be resolved prior to any substantial breaking of ground.
Thanks, Councillor Callagher. We're regularly briefed by the port on their program of works that they have ahead, and we'll have another one of those briefings reasonably soon. So there'll be an opportunity for councillors to discuss with port, no doubt. And also for us, we have our opportunity through statement of corporate intent to lay out how we expect the port to operate as well. So, that's something that we can certainly look at.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think we might have come to the end of questions there. So thanks heaps for all of the questions and interest in the report. I realise that there isn't a recommendation there, but it'll be to note. Somebody care to move that? Councillor Metham, Councillor Ware seconding, all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thanks. 10.1 is the Eco Fund applications recommendations, and this is a report that we always look forward to greatly. So just give staff a chance to come forward. Thank you to Libby who wrote this report. And I am going to give as well Councillor Somerville a chance near the beginning of this report from the chair of the panel to recognise some of the work and give us a bit of an intro as well.
Sorry, just because you want to be clear on the video, but just for the record, that conflict discussion we had at the start of the meeting. So Councillor Metham and Wilson are both sitting back for the, so they're in the room but sitting back at the table for the purpose of this paper.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
I might just remind councillors though, just for the perception of people that are online and everything, if we're back from the table, we are back from the table, probably is quite a good idea. It also, yeah, just, yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, I don't want to be a mum on that one, but yeah, it just, yeah, for anyone that joins us halfway through or something, it is important to be either in the meeting or not in the meeting. Thanks. I'm going to hand it over first of all to Libby. I'm really excited to hear your perspective on how this round has gone.
Or perhaps I'll slip in first if that's all right, Chair.
Well done.
Just a little background. The Eco Fund's been running since 2018 and since then has distributed more than $2.5 million to community groups for really important environmental work around Otago. The process has developed over that time. I've only been involved over the last 3 years. But there's a very thorough process for the decision making there. There's a set of criteria, a marking system that's gets better every year, I think, as we take on the experience. This group of staff go through that to score the different applications first of all. Then independently, the Eco Fund panel, which is comprised of 3 councillors and mana whenua representative do their scoring. They come together to sort of reconcile any differences. So I'm always surprised how few differences there tend to be actually, which is an indication of the strength of those criteria we're using. And then that recommendation comes to council, which is what we'll be hearing shortly. Now, I'd just like to note here that the mana whenua representative on that panel for many years has been Mr. Edward Ellison, who has announced his retirement from that position for the future. So Edward says he won't be doing that again. So I think really just to acknowledge and our grateful thanks for the work that he has put in over many years, the wisdom and the experience and the knowledge he has brought to that. So Mr. Edward Ellison, from all of us at the Otago Regional Council, thank you very, very much for that valuable service you have offered. And now I am happy to hand over to our staff up here.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson thanked me as the author of this paper, but actually it was mainly Elodie who's sitting here beside me, and her name was just missed off, so sorry about that. But she's done most of the hard work. So.
Thank you.
So today, this paper is seeking endorsement of the applications recommended in this report for the 2024-25 Eco Fund funding round. This is the process is the same as it has been in previous years. And as Councillor Somerville mentioned, the eligibility and assessment criteria were signed off in November 2024. And then the Eco Fund Assessment Panel was formed, which includes the chair, Councillor Somerville, and has also included Councillors Malcolm and Councillors Metham this year. So thank you very much for all of the work that you've done in assessing 69 applications. And I would also like to thank all of the staff who are involved in assessing these as well. It's a very significant time commitment that has to be done quite quickly. So thank you to everyone for their support. And then also I had some words to say about Edward Ellison and his support for EcoFund as well. And that he sadly advised us that this will be the last time he contributes to the panel, but he has told us that before, so I'm still holding out a little bit of hope that he may come back again. But in the case that he does not come back, we just wanted to thank him for all of his support and commitment to this process, and appreciate all of the time he's invested in ensuring that we have a thorough, robust process to provide funding to our wonderful community groups across the region. I think that's probably all that I need to say, other than there's the most important table in this paper is table 4 in the report, which shows which projects are recommended to be funded. And from here, after this paper's gone through, we'll also commence an annual review, and then we'll bring back findings from our annual review to council to discuss, debate and potentially endorse in the next financial year. So thank you.
Thank you, Libby. Right, Councillor Cole.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was just wondering before we get stuck into it whether, I'm not sure this is the appropriate time, but perhaps suggest that we have some form of formal recognition of Edward Ellison's involvement in the process, and even it's a letter from the chair and a small gift or something. I think it's be a nice touch.
Yep, if you foreshadow a motion along those lines, we'll add it in, I think, as a motion. That'd be really good to formally recognise, and whether it's the panel chair or the council chair or both, that sounds perfect to me. Yep. Any questions or any other reflections from panel members would be fine as well. No questions?
I'll jump in on a reflection since, firstly on Councillor Meffin for handling the possible conflict and the reason he is sitting back now. So that was very much appreciated by the panel and exceptionally well handled. So thank you, Tim. Look, what this process does, and if you're fortunate to be co-opted or pushed onto or jumped onto, and we all should be jumping onto that panel when we have the opportunity, is the diverse nature of the groups within Otago that are trying to do their very best for the environment. So there is a lot of work being done out there, despite various governments having cracks at people for not doing things and putting barriers in the way and perceptions of people not doing anything. There is just so much happening in the environmental space throughout Otago, and if this is just a small way that we can stimulate greater action, I just think this fund is doing a sterling job, and hope we carry it on and continue to get the response and somehow find ways of getting other people within the community to contribute to that fund in a philanthropic way would be an excellent way to boost that, because the results we're getting from these groups are quite superb. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCall, did you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Thanks. First of all, just wondering, on the very last, the picture of where all the funds are going seems to be pretty clear space around the closer area and even perhaps North Otago areas. Can you identify any potential reasons why that may be?
That's a good reflection. That's a reflection that the panel had when we met around the how it's distributed. So the team, catchment advisors, have been working really hard to engage with groups and see and advise them about EcoFund being available. So I'm not sure what the barrier is and why there's less groups in other parts of the region than in some. So I don't know the answer to that, but we are working to, like we've done a lot of communications region-wide as well through communications plan around this being available. So I'm not sure what the...
Yeah, I was just wondering whether we might have some more targeted promotion, I guess, in the areas that perhaps aren't taking up the opportunity.
Yeah, we can look at doing that for our future rounds, but we haven't specifically done that. Yeah.
And I'd just like to say a couple of things as well. I think and there's to be a question at the end. I think it's really awesome we got 69. I think 69 or thereabouts groups applying for Eco Fund funding. Like 3 times what the amount is, and it really shows the commitment that the communities and the small groups got towards caring for their environment and doing what they can to improve their environment. It's really good. It's unfortunate that we can only satisfy the applications of around a third of them. And so good on to those people, and thank you very much for the panel for going through all the submissions to get to the 28 that are going to be successful. And I understand that the unsuccessful ones they'll get contacted and perhaps given some tips as to how they may fare better next time. Just the recommendation 3, I think it's recommendation 3, which is the recommendation that says the Eco Fund will go into review to be completed by October. I just wonder whether October is a very good month to be completing a review of a significant piece of work, and whether it might be better to perhaps get some feedback from members in the current triennium, but perhaps leave the final decision for the incoming one.
That's okay. We didn't mean that we would have it to council in October. That's more of a staff deadline for getting it done. So we'll bring it back after October. And yes, as part of that review, we would look to explore opportunities with the current panel before the end of the training. Yeah,
and that review will include a review of the processes behind coming to the decision around the allocation of funding from the Eco Fund. And would that review also cover? Would that be linked in with reviews of like sort of the large scale funding one or our overall environmental funding programs?
No, that's not the intention at the moment. So when we were doing the environmental funding work, which we'll talk to you about a wee bit later today, it was decided to keep both of those separate for the moment. We can look at them in terms of in the Eco Fund, there's one category which is for large biodiversity outcomes. So we would look at things like that, but not to look at the intention is not to look at the whole funding thing together.
Yeah, so the update of the funding of the Eco Fund is more than likely be taking place after there's been some decisions around the large scale fund.
Yes.
Yeah. I think of that. I think there's, I do have some concerns, but I think it's important we recognise the work that's been done and recognise that there's opportunities, during the refresh of the, what do you call it, the update of the Eco Fund terms and conditions, how we go about doing that. So that's really good. And I also just think it's really important that the incoming councillors have a significant say in that as well.
Yes, yeah, we will pick that up, and yes, we had not appreciated the important event that is happening this year, which is the local body election. So that will be reflected.
Councillor Callagher.
Thank you, and thank you to Alan and to the other panel members and staff for what looks like a really robust process. My question is around the my apologies, this may have been apparent in the report, but I didn't see it. The amount that was oversubscribed, do we have a breakdown of how much of that, the percentage of that was ineligible versus the percentage that was declined because of rank? And then also, was there a percentage within the declined because of rank that actually, in a perfect world, if more funding was available, those projects would have been very beneficial or useful to have been included in the process and funded? Do we have an understanding of that?
Really good question. So in the appendix, there is a table which shows which of the 2025 Eco Fund list of applicants declined, and on the right-hand column of that table is whether they're declined by rank or they're ineligible, but I don't have off the top of my head what percentage that is. But that would be really interesting to understand. And also, we didn't look any further at the ones that were declined by, there was a lot of really good applications that were declined just because of rank. There's maybe a couple that we wouldn't have funded if they needed some more information or there wasn't enough information in there to assess properly. But we haven't done that analysis in full to tell you that there would be 10 more we would fund. I can't tell you that.
Okay. Would the panel even be able to come up with just even a rough number, a rough percentage that would be thoughts of could have been included if more money was available?
The panel would have to meet again probably to decide that, because we didn't go into that level of detail. But we can take that feedback on board for next year if that's useful, so that we ensure that we've got our list that we're recommending, and then if we had more money, which ones would be suggested. But the panel have to re-meet to decide which ones have missed this year that would be put forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, could I just comment on it? There's probably two parts to that, Gary. One is that we've declined on rank, and there's others that we've declined as ineligible, but some were rightly ineligible because they didn't, one was they didn't have a management agreement plan to work with neighbours or affected parties. So that was part of the criteria right at the very start. So, and again, perhaps that's going to be part of our review, that if someone comes in with something that isn't quite complete, is that incomplete through they forgot to send a piece of paper, or is it incomplete because they couldn't give a damn about the neighbours for the touch? So that's probably one of the review things. And another part was just they didn't fit the criteria of that particular granting project and granting area. It may well have been a good project, but we didn't have a category to fit them into. So to your question, I think that equation could be done reasonably. It's a good equation to have, and certainly there was plenty around that ranked in a positive manner, that we had more funding, we could have been giving out more funds without any doubt, really. Yeah, but there's not a heck of a lot that would decline because they simply were a shocking project. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I mean, my question is just to get an understanding, even as a year by year, as we get more and more subscribers to the Eco Fund, are the projects that are coming through year on year, are they more closely fitting with the criteria, so actually they would fall within the funding if we had more funding? Or we're seeing a lesser amount of ineligible projects. Is the region finding more projects, and are they more eligible? Is really the question, and it'd be just good to understand that on a year by year basis. Okay, thank you.
It's a good point, Councillor Kelleher. Would be interesting. Councillors.
Sorry, thank you. Are you having the same technical problems as Gary and I? Can you hear me?
We can hear you really well and clearly, but are you getting lots of feedback or?
Yeah, no, we're just getting a bit of static. That's okay. That's all right. Listen, I just wanted to understand, I was going to carry on with Gary's one there. Yes, there's a list of them all and the reasons why they declined. I think they're on page 78 to 81 of the papers today. But I'm interested in if we're declining them for, like, for example, there's one. I just want to use this as an example for reasons of decline. It's the Friends of Cromwell Cemetery, and it's pest animal control. They're overridden by rabbits. In fact, I can tell you the rabbits have in actual fact burrowed through many of the graves. So it's dreadful. But anyhow, there you go. They applied for a sum of $42,000 to do pest animal control. And it's got down here, decline in eligible education does not meet the objectives of the funding category applied for. Now, they probably wouldn't have known that when they applied for it. And I would think, I'm sure that one of the reasons the primary reason they were declined was because the cemetery is within the control of the Central Otago District Council. So it's their job to look after the rabbits in the cemetery. I'm assuming that that's the reason. I'm just thinking of saving people time. Is it possible? I mean, there's a number of them declined. I would say about a third, Gary, looking at this list, who didn't meet the funding objectives of the Eco Fund. Is there any? So that must have taken a lot of time to work through, and all for naught, both for the people who are assessing it and for the people who are putting it in. If a third of your applications are turned down, those that are declined because they don't meet the criteria, is there a need for us to make the criteria much more explicit when people are making inquiries of the fund?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Yes, potentially there is the need for us to do that if we're seeing that many come in ineligible. We've tried to be very clear in prescribing the eligibility criteria and having that communicated in various ways. So on our website, and we've held some sessions in person that people can come along and get advice on how to apply for Eco Fund. And we also encourage groups who are looking to apply to speak with staff before they apply, so we can give them that advice. So we've tried really hard there, but we will, as part of our review, have a look at how we can do that better.
Yeah, it's just that if there's a third, there's a problem. You know, it's not like one or two ignorant people heading off on their own. This is a significant number.
Yeah, you could almost have a screen pressed up, couldn't you, where they have to tick boxes, and if they can't get through those boxes, they're not applying. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, Councillor Lawson. No doubt we'll have a good think about that one. Councillor Weir.
I've written down my question earlier, and Councillor Callaghan laws have largely covered it, but I can take that some slightly more detail. And I think that might be because Councillor Keller and I were on the same in the panel on the same year, where there were some applications that didn't make the cut because of the merits of the project, but others that I guess would amount to technical errors in their applications, and with that oversubscription. I was just wondering if you might be able to tell the council if the application process has changed in any way since that year, and if so, how, and have we heard anything from submitters around those changes that have been made?
Yeah, so the application process is pretty much the same. I'm just been checking some of the applications that were ineligible because they didn't meet the objectives. So we've also tried to get new objectives this year to simplify our process. So last year, EcoFund was the name of the program, but also the name of a funding category, which brought some confusion. This time I can see that some of the applicants submitted an application without speaking to me first, or anyone within council or as the staff that I'm aware of. We've also addressed some of the issues with the new online management system that we've got. So for example, last year we had lots of applications that asked for more money than what was allowed in the each funding application. This issue has been sorted. This year, we had a new grant. We asked for landowners' permissions in management agreements as we had operational issues after the grant was awarded. So we have this as a precondition, making sure that a group can carry out the project on the site. So this actually brought a new level of difficulty, and we had some discussions about management agreements and landowners' permissions. This is something, with any new degree of novelty, you always have to deal with more issues. So, yeah.
But the biggest thing is the new system, and I think the feedback has been that that's been quite good, other than on the last day stopped working, but we fixed that. Yeah, so I think it's been, I think it's, and the panel might like to comment on that as well. I think because it was new, it was a bit different for getting your head around how to go through and do it all, but it keeps it all in one place and you don't have to have your own spreadsheet when you're doing the assessments, and everything is there, and yeah, it seems to be working really well. So that's the latest update that we've got.
So just to confirm that so we have sort of implemented some level of screening in some way.
Yes.
But perhaps there's other
yeah, or we just need to communicate better.
Or the communication, but then I guess also to confirm that we do have staff with us ourselves or others who are available to answer questions that any applicants do have and help them make sure that those sort of technical mistakes aren't made in the application process. Yeah, cool, thanks.
Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, yeah, the system was very, very good, but probably just referring back to the process, the groups that did not get funding do get an explanation as to why they haven't got funding. So that is very important and a very important part of it. But when you look at those declined and eligible application does not meet the objectives of the funding category applied for, there was only 14.49% of those that were out for that particular reasoning. So yeah, while of the 69 applicants, it was 15% that way. And when you look, and I can remember, and I don't want to go into names, but I can remember some were clearly they should have been applying to a community trust or something else, because it just wasn't an activity that we even listed as a particular activity. So yes, I think that we do need to examine it, but we do have to recognise that some people have just applied for things that weren't actually even part of the full scope. And if I could just go back to I think it was Councillor Law said something about not many applications from the North Otago region. And there was it was very well advertised. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. I'm just confused. There was a lot of visibility of the fund. There was a lot of activity about looking for projects to go into the fund, but probably one of our major sources of funding applications and of drivers in that space, North Otago Sustainable Land Management, have a myriad of projects that have been funded both through our eco fund system, both through MPI, that they are dealing with at the moment in large scales. That again, it was the volunteer base that said, well, let's not overtax them with workload. So the eco fund, in my humble opinion, in our patch is very well known, and there was, but although we did decline some, Ellen, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Somerville.
Look, I'm aware there may be another recommendation coming, but if the questioning has finished, I'm ready to move the 3 recommendations that we have there.
Pretty sure Councillor McCall would be happy if you moved the other one as well, if you're happy to. Oh, it went to
extra under governance.
Good one, yep. So we'll put that up in a minute, but I'm just checking if Councillor McCall's happy for you to move them all. Yes, the panel chair, that's appropriate.
Would be very pleased to do that.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Would like to
And
speak?
yes, and I guess we'll see that recommendation shortly. Look, we've heard through the questioning actually what good value the Eco Fund is, and I think it brings huge value for all of Otago. For the environmental work that it achieves, but also for the community functions of empowering and enabling community groups and getting those people working well together. We had a bit of discussion, a little questioning about the review of the fund, and that will be really important. And Council has yet to make some final decisions about the new environmental fund. But if that goes ahead, that will alter the landscape a bit. And so that will be something for that Eco Fund review to take into account. And that's good that that's happening in that order, because we can be responsive and work out the best way forward. So thank you to everyone in staff and others, panel, who have been involved in this. Thank you to all those applicants throughout Otago. And we've heard that we have not been able to fund all the applications that come in, and there have been many good applications that we have not had the resources. So we're sorry about that, but doing our best with this, and EcoFund continues to be a really important thing that the Regional Council offers to Otago communities. So what have we got? Shall I just read that out? We're adding 4.
Yeah, doesn't need
requests.
an on.
Adding on, yes. That on that the chair write a letter, of thanks to Edward Ellison for his time spent supporting the EcoFund process. Sounds very good indeed. Thank you. It's all from me.
Anyone else care to speak? Yep, Councillor Noon.
I think it's important, and Ellen's touched on it, to acknowledge the volunteer contribution in all these applications, whether they were successful or not. And I think the other aspect as well that the EcoFund gives this organisation, the Otago Regional Council, a really shot in the arm in terms of from a publicity perspective as well. It's a very positive process. It's a very positive part of this organisation being able to give a little bit of money to organisations that multiply that contribution from the ORC many times, whether it's by way of other funding agencies that they approach and are successful with. But also, as I said, the volunteer contribution is added to that as well. So it's great bang for our bucks. So well done to all concerned.
Councillor Nicole.
Hey, I'd just like to take on what Councillor Noon just said. You know, at the end of the day, it's the volunteer people that actually make stuff happen. It's the people there every day doing the work. I'd all just, it's really it's awesome to be able to be supporting the environment in this way. And well done to the ones that are being funded, and to those ones that have just missed out. I just a wee message to you guys: keep your chins up, because you are all still doing an awesome job, and it's just a matter of just keep working at it. And I'm sure that your time will come. Your time will come, and your projects will get off the ground. So keep believing in what you're doing, and keep on looking at ways of getting the activities that you're really passionate about funded. So thank you. So thanks very much, and support the motion.
No one else? You probably don't need to write a reply, I'd imagine. So we got all the motions up there. So everyone's clear what they're voting on. So we'll put it all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thank you very much. Thanks for all the hard work. Two point two is site lead program update and funding recommendation for this year. Libby, do you want to introduce?
Thank you. So sorry, Sophie Gibson has been missed as an author on this, and this is her project, so we want to give her the credit for this one.
Thank you.
But I can do a quick intro. Do you have anything else?
No, over to you.
Cool. So this paper provides an update on the terrestrial site lead programs, of which the areas are defined within the Regional Pest Management Plan. The paper also seeks approval to provide funding to groups who are working within the site lead areas to achieve the outcomes sought through the Regional Pest Management Plan. I also thought I'd just give a quick insight, because we've had some work underway on our Regional Pest Management Plan Effectiveness Review, which is to be presented to the Environmental Delivery Committee in early June. But I wanted to share that in regards to the site lead program, the consultants that we've been using to evaluate how successful we've been in delivering those objectives have advised that the support we're providing to the site lead program is really successful, and that it's helping to achieve the objectives within the plan. So just providing a little bit more context, because those papers are a wee bit out of sync. And then any questions?
Thanks very much. Are there any questions on this one? paper lays it out well, so, yeah. Councillor Wilson.
Probably scratch record. Sorry, am I correct in believing that their site-led projects are limited to those that are already mentioned in the site-led projects in the regional pest management plan?
You're correct.
And am I right in believing the only people that can change that, there is a process to change that, but it can only be staff, and it doesn't need a review of the RPMP for other sites to be included as site-led?
That is correct. There is a way that site-led programs can be added through the biosecurity strategy. Appendix 2.
Yeah, and would I be right in saying that there are some projects outside of this, the current site-leds that would equally be as valuable as some of these projects that are listed? And achieving it, have they been site-led projects?
We need to do a full analysis to understand that they would be as successful, because it does require quite a few different aspects to include them as a site-led program, and we need to assess whether you need to alter the regional pest management plan, or so there's some more assessment that would need to be done if that was an opportunity for us to look into. So I can't answer that fully.
I'll leave it to the questions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's good. Right, any other questions, Councillor Weir?
I could ask this now or at the next item, but I'm just wondering what if there are any particular lessons that we should be taking from the successes of site-led programs into the general environmental funding discussion that we're looking at. So
yes, thank you. I think one of the biggest learnings that we've had is that the importance of bringing all the people working within particular areas into one room to promote collaboration. We've noticed that we've been doing kind of hui to make a plan, and we've been making these plans collaboratively. And what's happened is that's I guess promoted different groups to be more aware of what each other are doing in the area, and to make that complementary to each other as well. We're also finding that a lot of these groups are starting to do kind of workshops together, they're training together, they're promoting, they're like progressing their own capabilities and skills within their group. For example, part of this plan is one of the proposals is for SWAT to support yellow-eyed penguin trusts with pest plant identification, so they can manage the reserve in an appropriate way going forward. So it's a lot of it is about long-term learnings and developing abilities within these community groups as well.
Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thank you, Sophie. Excellent report. I just got a quick question, because it's sort of like you've got in your summary, number 3, it's in 2 parts. You've got there's some funding there for continuation of work from previous years, and then there's the 4 groups, I think it is, 4 or 5 groups. Are those 4 or 5 groups, they're not really startup groups so much as they've been in the planning over the last couple of years? I guess I'm just trying to get my head around, because it's sort of like you've got two funding lines, but I would have thought, my understanding would be that the second lot are already pretty much engaged, and it's a natural progression that we're talking about.
Yes, so when and Sophie, you can jump in if I get any of this wrong, but when we started doing the site-led program, we did, Sophie led a piece of work where we looked at prioritising areas within each of those site-led areas, so that, because the money isn't going to go very far if you just scatter it around. So we wanted to concentrate on those areas that are of most importance. And that involved working with this site-led working group. And so they identified that the first 2 areas that we'd start with were Aramoana and Sandy Mount. And so the next 2 areas coming on are
Okia and Leith Saddle.
Yeah. So I've read it a little bit wrong, sorry. So the site-led program is the whole peninsula.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we've kind of carved it up.
Yeah. So the way we've kind of done that is that we technically, in our regional pest management plan, we have 3 terrestrial site-led programs, Those are Otago Peninsula, Quarantine and Goat Island, and West Harbour Mount Cargill. So we recognised as a working group quite early on that to make an effective environmental outcomes in these areas, it was not in our best interest to do a shotgun approach. So we did the site prioritisation process to help inform how we would work through the sites. And both environmental and cultural values were incorporated into that process. So as Libby said, the top two were Aramwana and Sandy Mountain to Sandfly Bay, and they were implemented last year. So the funding requested in this paper is to support ongoing maintenance of what they achieved through the first year of funding. The 133,000 for the second round of sites for Okia and Leith Saddle, that is a proposal for 2 new sites to be included into the site-led program. Does that clarify?
Yeah, but they're being worked on collaboratively, or as the one being worked to be the progressive. It's a logical way to progress their program.
So
targeted area.
the original site-led hui we had included all of those.
Yeah, I think I was at that.
At Otago.
Yeah, and it's really, having been out on the peninsula recently, having a bit of a look around with Brendan Cross and co. It was like really awesome to actually can see the stuff that's happening and seeing the progress. And I think I think it's really cool the way they've got their targets and they're really working towards it in a orchestrated, planned, constructed way, which I think is really good. And I think that's what the site-led program enables to happen. So I think it's really good, and there's been I suppose not too many questions at the end of this.
No, leave it for debate if we need to. Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It follows on a little bit what Kate was just saying, but looking at the criteria for site-led programs, the only real difference between that criteria and the criteria to establish pest and the balance of the pest plan is some sort of business case, or not business case, but a cost benefit analysis. And once again, go back to site-led now, as we develop catchment action plans across Otago, i.e. is happening in Catlins and Upper Clutha and at the moment, I imagine that all those catchment action plans will probably tick all the boxes pretty much in this. So I've got that right. And so in other words, the criteria for a site-led plan will ultimately, most of Otago, if it's covered by the catchment action plan, will meet the criteria for site-led programs. Would be fair enough.
We need to look into it a little bit more. One thing that we need to be really careful of is if we're adding them as a site-led program and we have rules associated to that, then we need to ensure that we communicate with all of the landowners within that area that are going to be affected by those rules. So that is a big consideration we need to look at if that is something that we wanted to do. If it's an objective, that might be slightly different. But if it has rules associated to it, which is probably why you'd want it to be in a regulatory document, is that you're having issues with some landowners that aren't contributing to a project and you need some support from the regulatory function to get them to do that, then we would need to consult that, which kind of leads to a consultation review as part of the RPMP. So that's a really big consideration that we need to ensure we get that right legally.
But certainly any actions that are identified by the community through those catchment action plans, we as an organisation need to look at the methods that we have got to implement actions or to support our community with that. And site-led could be part of that puzzle, but it just depends on what the community decides to develop for those catchment action plans.
Thank you.
So that good question, Andrew. No further. Oh no, Councillor Malcolm.
So the thing and I probably missed it somewhere, is what is the length of a site-led program? How long does this go on for, and how long are we committing this money to?
So the pest plan is for 10 years. And so whenever we review the pest plan is when we can alter the site programs that are within there. So we're doing a review shortly
Yeah.
on adding them.
Funding.
Funding.
Part
So
of the LTP.
yeah, so through the LTP, it's there's 200,000 put aside for site lead programs for the 10-year period of the LTP.
Was it also part of the, but you know how you have to put a budget as part of the Biosecurity Act as well? It's a little bit different, how you're actually going to implement your plan. It goes with it. So I'm not sure whether site lead was also in there as well. You're basically saying you're going to commit to something that implements it appropriately.
Yeah. And this is our way of implementing it.
Yeah, and it's general rate funded over the whole of Otago.
No, next online is me. It is a targeted biosecurity rate across Otago. Yes, sorry, it's not a general rate though. It's a biosecurity rate.
It's a general rate in disguise.
Yeah.
Name.
No, I'm happy with what you've called it, but it is based over the whole of Otago.
Yes, yeah, it's a whole
yeah,
Otago.
yeah. That's what.
But we're not, it's not
Hey.
from general rate.
These guys are from me, Saunders.
Any questions? No? Okay, so recommendations are there. Somebody wanting to move those? Councillor Weir, you're happy to? Yep. And the seconder is Councillor McCall. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Weir? No? Anyone else? Councillor Wilson.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be supporting this. I don't think we're ready to do this as much as, and all of these projects are fantastic projects. And I really admire all of them. I don't think we've got our settings right. We've got some projects which are unfunded, have come through a CAP process, should be site-led, and we haven't done the work to do that. We've done what is business as usual rather than, I think, said, should we be using the CAP process and seeing some of those projects that have come out of the concerns. I've just done a workshop this morning on biodiversity. We've got almost collapse in some areas of our region from possum invasions, and they should be site-led projects. They're not being funded, and I can't support a targeted general targeted right throughout Otago rate going yet again to an area that has been well served in one very concentrated area where we are not considering nor funding at present some substantial work that is required in other areas because we're letting the process be blind to it. So sorry, I won't support it. I don't want to be negative. I think they're brilliant projects, but we have to be really more reactive, and there's something wrong in our systems where we're not. So that's why I will not be supporting this vote.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Anyone else wanting to speak? Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I hear what Kate's saying, and but I'm going to support the recommendations. I think for me, the fact that these sites are all within site-led areas is pretty important. Alan and I attended the Dunedin Predator-Free AGM, and it's pretty amazing what's being achieved throughout the peninsula and these other sites on the West Harbour as well. And you know, they're making significant progress to essentially eradicate some pests. So I think the amount of work that's been done in these areas, and they're close to achieving sort of the ultimate, seems to make sense to give them a bit more of a nudge to keep that momentum going. However, the other sites around Otago will have their day, and you know, it's only a matter of time. They probably need work done yesterday, but you know, clearly the way I see it is that we just need to ensure that we tick off some areas to give, I suppose, full coverage and full support to gain the maximum benefits, and obviously maintain it, but then move on to other sites that will become apparent, well, already apparent, but their turn will come.
Thanks, Councillor Noon. Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thank you for that. I also recognise what Councillor Wilson's saying as well. And I think my take on this one is that we've got a program here that's been around for a year or two now. It's been well planned and it's in progress, and they're making progress. I understand the end of the peninsula's got one elusive possum they're trying to hunt down, and they're on with other mustelids and things, which is really awesome work that's going on. So we certainly don't want to pull the rug out from underneath the process. So I think it's important we continue, take it to its conclusion and get it as close as we can within the current structure of their programs, which is, it's not funding forever, it's funding for a period to get things up and going. I also, however, think it's really important that we support their own processes outside of this particular site-led area with other areas that are obviously good candidates for a similar type project or site-led initiatives that may or may not be of the regulatory nature. And I think we have to really work really hard as a council to figure out ways how in a non-regulatory space that we can fund these projects and not set communities up. I'm not going to say set communities up for disappointment. So I think it's really important that we put our money where our mouth is in some ways. It's at some areas. So I'm really talking about extending our funding opportunities rather than moving it around. Don't shuffle the deck, just get some more cards in the deck. But we also have to make sure that we are not promoting something that we can't follow up with in the future as well. So awesome project, really good report, and I really enjoy the report because the report is not just saying that guy wants some money, we'll give it to them. There's been a lot of thought go into it because there's areas that are funded and areas that aren't, and there's been obviously some solid discussions going on, and it's really transparent and really open, so everybody knows where they're at and what they're happening for, and hopefully they'll get the possum. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callagher.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm with Kate. I'm not supported either. I think that the real risk now around funding elements, like we have a very successful eco fund and we do very well with that and helpful startups, but these other projects almost end up quasi actions of council over a very long period of time that we continually have to fund. So I think we have to be more prudent, and I'll be against as well. Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
I think it's important we consider a big picture here, and that includes relationships and good faith. And I think having established these programs and worked with the groups involved, it's important we see these projects through, and that would be a blemish on the ORC if we did not do that. So I will be supporting this continuing. I do agree that it is important that we look at that big picture of other areas too, and there may be other areas, particularly as the catchment action plans develop, where we can put other things in place for them.
Yep, Councillor Malcolm.
If there is just one possum, he will die out in a certain amount of time, and just let him be and save your money. Thank you.
Councillor Ware, did you want to write a reply?
Move to Otago.
Yep. Councillor Ware's going to speak.
I think the work that's being done out on these sites is really awesome to see. Whenever you go out there and do see, I do really appreciate the need to support other communities around Otago that would like to see site-led management in those areas. I'd really like us to get there. I think we're working towards that in a number of ways, especially with the catchment action plans that Councillor Noon touched on. I think that's not to say there's more that we couldn't be doing in those areas, but I don't think that pulling the rug from these myriad community groups that are collaborating to achieve the exemplary, like really truly exemplary, at a national and international level for the environment out there is the appropriate way to achieve that. And I think we need to keep supporting them out there. So I'm very happy to move all those recommendations and support that. Thanks.
Right, and we got the seconder recorded, so we'll put it all in favour. Aye, against,
No.
No.
carried.
Could I do a subsequent motion, please? If, I'd like to move that before this matter comes before the next council for application, that consideration be given by staff of doing a review of the site lead. Now, I appreciate that that's a matter that's coming up in papers tomorrow to a certain extent, but that's a longer term project. The need for other areas to be considered site lead if they're going to get into the funding rounds is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, we are going to, if we put this out till 2028.
Do you want an adjournment to shape up what you'd like to put there, or?
No, I just think I'm seeking that the council asks staff to review the site lead. Those areas of Otago that could be in site lead.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that might be helpful.
Okay, I'm happy to do that, but probably
Yeah,
time
I'll
anyway.
move that we have an adjournment for 5 minutes, hopefully. 10. Good suggestion there, Andrew, and you're gonna second that. Perfect. All in favour, aye, against, carried. Thank you.
So far.
Thanks, we're unmuted everyone, so welcome back anyone that's online. We're just gonna kick back off from where we started. I'm gonna hand over to Councillor Wilson with what she'd like to do at this point.
I think in reflection, and thank you to the CE for some directing me to pages that I probably hadn't read thoroughly enough. As much as it sounds simple in process, doing slightly changes is more difficult than I had first contemplated, and I think it's actually a really good example that we should be taking back to this government who wants to get regulation simpler of a process that is foisted upon us and makes us go through to do any of these things, a really difficult process. We are not set up well for biodiversity and biosecurity work under the Biosecurity Act because it is such a process to change plans and we can't respond effectively and efficiently to any incursions that may happen, as is happening in parts of Otago, whether it be deer, pigs, possums, all over, because the process itself is so broad. So I will withdraw the motion, and I will bring up back to us at some stage a request to write a different minister, perhaps, about some regulatory change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Not sure if Ms. Saunders,
just to close that out. So we understand the intent to enable broader consideration of projects from that funding bucket. It is a reasonably substantial process, and we are currently undertaking and reporting tomorrow on the project plan to deliver the regional pest management plan review that's been brought forward, and there would be an impact on that program. So there are other opportunities to look at programs that are not currently listed as site-led but would be suitable for similar funding, and we can have those discussions through annual plan and through the allocation of those various pots of funding that are available currently. So we can pick that conversation up as part of that as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. And Richard, that is very good. So we don't have a additional motion there, so this paper is now done. And we are moving on to the next one. Thank you very much for that. 10.3 is environmental funding. Lily.
Thank you. Emma's just coming up as she's the report writer, so I can defer questions
Welcome.
if needed. So, and you've all met Emma before, haven't you? Yeah.
Yep.
This paper presents the reports that have been developed to support the understanding of which delivery models exist and could be most applicable in Otago context for large-scale environmental funding. The paper and report highlights that transparency through the procurement process and the importance of ensuring equitable access to the fund through the recommended delivery model. There's clear eligibility criteria presented here, which makes it clear to the community what we are looking to deliver and appropriate assessment to ensure that the funding delivers on the key principles that Council want to achieve with the funding. So we're seeking approval to progress option 1, noting that the amount of funding will be decided through the annual plan discussions. And to progress this option, any amount of funding can be applied. So that's really quick overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Libby. Just in terms of what our job is today as well, and around the recommendations, you will have seen that there's a recommendation there around which model we would adopt if we chose to, which talks about the principles behind how the funding would be allocated. But the second one notes as well that we are in the process of doing the annual plan, so any decisions around the date of the fund coming into effect or what the quantum of it is still subject to that as well. So I just want to point that out. And yeah, Emma, did you want to say anything?
No, nothing specifically. I'm just happy to take any questions if there are any.
Perfect. Any questions then? Councillor Sunwell.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. There was plenty to read here, plenty of information. That was great. Look, there's just one piece that's missing from my understanding, or I think, well, I think one that I've identified. I note, I've got quoting from page 266, but don't worry about that, where it talks about the ORC being able to take a more proactive approach to articulating what it wants to purchase. That sounds really good. And it's clear then how this paper is suggesting we go about that. But what's not clear to me yet is how do we go about deciding those priorities? And I'm thinking, because what I had thought was that the council would decide, all right, there's a priority in, for example, Upper Lakes, and there's something in North Otago, and there's something in Lower Clutha. How do we decide that that's where we want to undertake that environmental work? Have I got the right end of the stick there?
I'm going to just ask a clarification question. Do you mean how do we as ORC decide that an area is a priority?
Yes.
So through the recommended funding model, it would be through the integrated catchment management planning that would be identified, and then the community would apply for funding that connects to the catchment action plan that's developed, and so then hopefully we align with ORC priority being developed as part of the ICM because we're a partner in that. Does that help?
Yes, I think so. So just to clarify, so wherever there is two things. One is, and I noticed noted that not every part of Otago has a catchment action plan and won't for a while. So there needs to be a way around that. But also, say everywhere did have a catchment action plan when we get to that stage, however many years down the track, that means we'd be asking or inviting for these sort of proposals or registrations of interest from all of those areas, rather than saying, no, we think these 3 or 4. That's sort of where do those priorities come from?
Yeah, and I think in terms of the recommendation through that first stage to have sort of that criteria-based approach would be at a high level to assess, say, if you're a community group or organisation, whether you meet some of the variables that you've determined by large scale in terms of, the impact and the generational outcomes and the environmental priorities you want to achieve. So I think if through this process you're an organisational group and you went through that criteria and you met those, part of that process is then coming to council and proposing what your need is based on whether it's identified in a catchment action plan or aligns to another strategy or priority for council, and the community showing council how they will work to address that concern or issue, rather than, I suppose, what we discussed through some of those workshops is if you had a really discrete and set criteria or definition, you might then preclude something from being funded that was warranted or priority if you were too descriptive.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. So if I was wrong then, am I right that I was wrong? I was wrong to think, the regional council, whoever it is, council staff together can decide that these 3 particular areas of Otago where the real priorities lie. So we'll set up this funding for those 3 areas only. Not how we'd see this working.
I don't think it necessarily precludes that, but if you do that, you run the risk, I guess, of something that could be funded that's already working well not being funded, or taking something that's a district-wide rate and only directing it to one community at a time. So I suppose that's where some of the discussion around whether it just solely aligned to the CAP process or the ICM process, because at the moment you've only got a couple of plans as they come on, or whether it's more community-driven with an overlay of the other programs and work that's going on as well that sort of comes together in the middle.
Whoever is making those assessments would need to have really clear eligibility and assessment criteria to make an informed decision around what is most important. And sometimes if it gets to we've got 15 groups applying for funding and we need to make a decision, then that work we're already doing in the science team around where there's high biodiversity value, that stuff might come up to the top. So that assessment criteria will be really important.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll keep thinking.
And also just in terms of the expression of our council's priorities, it is through, say, our biodiversity strategy and our long-term plan and those goals that we have through that. And again, not just ICM, but it enables people to put projects forward that line up with those other key strategic documents from council, which reflects back to the work Hilary and Shay were talking about this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Callagher, then Wilson.
Thanks very much. If we can just go to page 226, the proposed eligibility criteria, which applies to all of the options. 19A says alignment to intergenerational aspirations of Mana Whenua with a demonstrated level of support obtained for the initiative from Mana Whenua / Papatipu Runaka. So can you just explain to me how that would work in a typical application? Would they have had to have been to Mana Whenua first, sought their approval, and then present their application to council under the process with that approval?
Yes, that's what is being suggested in the eligibility criteria, but through the integrated catchment management work program, Mana Whenua are involved in that. So in the longer term, the projects should all align to that anyway. If we've got catchment action plans right across the region, that should already be covered through endorsement of the catchment action plans and the co-development of those.
But won't the application need a written approval from Mana Whenua? So it will need to be able to have something attached to the application with that.
We weren't thinking of an approval like you would in a consent or regulatory process. Part of the intent of that funding criteria there is to show that there is that work or alignment with those priorities, and it is just one of the key parts of the funding criteria. But again, if projects are in line with, say, our biodiversity strategy or our CAPs, then we would anticipate that this part had been covered off for parties coming to this fund.
Right, because certainly in the consent process, I think the Mana Whenua approvals are quite onerous, quite expensive and quite time consuming, and there's no control from council over the time they take to either approve or not approve. And then in these processes, wouldn't there be some situations where applications could be actually made by Mana Whenua themselves? Wouldn't that then how would the conflict of interest situation be managed?
So I'll probably set aside the regulatory process because that's entirely separate to how anything would be operated through this fund. And I would imagine, as with any other party applying to use the fund, that any conflicts of interest would need to be managed and then assessed through the panel as well. So again, like people around this table have managed conflicts, we would expect that it's also done that same way with that funding process too.
I think the critical thing, Gary, is the partnership approach taken to the underlying documents, be they our strategic documents, our the highest level council strategic directions, the strategy documents in terms of biosecurity or climate, or the catchment action plans, which will involve Mana Whenua, mean that there is an equal playing field, if you like, in terms of those projects that support the aspirations within those documents. It's not a separate process. So yes, a group, Mana Whenua group could apply to deliver a project that's set out with an integrated catchment management plan in the same way as a catchment group or a community group could apply to deliver an outcome or a project that's been identified through those catchment action plans. So the idea is that we're not separating out these processes. We're trying to develop some integrated planning that just allows us to consistently deliver based on those higher order documents.
Okay, thank you. I'm just not sure how they're going to handle their own for their own application. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wilson, then Laws.
Thank you. On the same paragraph, but under C, there's initiatives or projects meet the intent of large scale from an ecological perspective. And I just want to check here, we've got some catchments, especially because we've driven them into relatively small areas in the EPMUs around Dunedin or even the coast, that might be not large scale by the very nature of the size of the catchment. And I'm just checking that the use of the parentheses there isn't going to stop us being able to, there will be some smaller catchments in those areas which might have big problems that they can address with funding.
So no, it won't, and I mean, we've taken that more broad brush definition to large scale to recognise the fact that large scale can be defined on a multitude of levels, and we wanted to ensure it was as open as possible to reflect scenarios like that.
Yeah, and equally, if a cap is run at a big significant scale like the upper lakes, then we'd be commensurate funding potentially for this scale. Okay, I just wanted to check that in my head.
Councillor Laws.
Sorry, so on paragraph 19 of the proposed eligibility criteria, the first subsection A reads alignment to intergenerational aspirations of mana whenua with a demonstrated level of support obtained from the initiative from mana whenua Papatipi Runaka. Now, let me get this right. It's got to be approved by Maori, iwi, mana whenua, living in Otago before it happens. That's what that says, doesn't it?
So, look, if that's...
It's a yes or no question, really.
No. Not
Well,
the
then
way.
what does it say?
So it says that the projects have to be aligned with the aspirations and have a demonstrated level of support. So how that support's given, and so my answer is no, because I see that support being given through other processes, not a tick, not an individual tick against a single project.
But wait on, one group's in control of this, mana whenua. The project's got to be, by your own words, aligned to intergenerational aspirations of mana whenua.
Is there a question there, Councillor Laws?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the English language and why it's not understood here. That's very clear. It says alignment to intergenerational aspirations of mana whenua. Am I reading a different language? That says to me that mana whenua have to be actually in control of the project. It's got to be aligned to them. If it's not aligned to them, even though it's a really good project of significant environmental benefit, then according to this funding criteria, you won't get any. How mad is that?
Okay, thanks. That's a comment. And we've had some answers on whether or not it's direct.
That's not it. You haven't answered the question.
We have had some answers, yep. And
that's pathetic.
Okay, well,
Jesus Christ.
I think that calling the answers of staff pathetic is acceptable because they were the answers.
No, they are stupid answers because they haven't answered the question. Why can't you answer the question?
Excuse me, I asked you to ask a question. Now is your opportunity to ask a question rather than comment. So you're welcome to do that.
Subsequent question to that point.
Right, so now we've got Councillor Malcolm who would like to ask a question.
Yeah, to the CE, if in fact, and so I'm agreeing with your explanation of point one. So why do we actually need point one when in fact, if we're talking about strategic direction, strategic partnerships and where we're heading, why do we not just simply start at two? At B, sorry, turn B into A, because that says that defines that without, because I think, in the English, I'd have to agree with Councillor Laws' explanation of the English language, and there are two different interpretations you could take on one. But if that is you're saying that I don't need written approval or the likes, but I need to show that I'm working towards the strategic direction of ORC, its partnerships and its general direction, surely B covers that.
So A is demonstrating the partnership, which at the highest level in our strategic directions is one of our core priorities for the council. So as part of that, putting that within the criteria to demonstrate that commitment we have is the reason that it appears in a number of the different processes we have within ORC. Doesn't change the intent of it or what we would expect to see in terms of what I explained before. But it does give a public commitment to the partnership that this council has agreed as a priority for it. So that's the reason it's there explicitly. But from a process perspective, as I say, the way you described it, Councillor Malcolm, in terms of those high level documents, it should be captured in there.
We just note to councillors as well, there's always the opportunity for us, we're being asked whether we endorse this or not as well. So there's always the opportunity to change or not. It's not it's for us to do that stuff. It's governance, and that's good governance. So you're welcome to ask questions in this bit, and then you're also welcome to be constructive, and it's governance, and that's always the case. So the next person, sorry, with their hand up, I thought there was someone here. I can see Councillor Mepham does, and then we got Councillor Laws and Councillor Ware.
Yes, look, my understanding of this this paragraph, it relates to kaitiakitanga. So that's guardianship. That's a common value among all cultures. And I'm reading this to relate to kaitiakitanga, guardianship for future generations. Perhaps that word might go in there instead of the sort of inference that there has to be some approval. But I don't certainly see this as a paragraph which is requiring approval from mana whenua.
Not sure if that was a question.
No,
So we're in questions, and yeah, as I said, there's always the opportunity to construct things as well. Right, so Councillor Laws, you're next.
All right, sorry. I'll go try this a different way. The words alignment to intergenerational aspirations of mana whenua read to me that if it isn't aligned, then the project will not receive eligibility for funding. Is that correct?
So it's not you don't meet one, you won't get funding. It's projects, say with like the Eco Fund, it's around how they meet all of the criteria and then will be weighted against that. So just because you wouldn't meet one wouldn't mean that you wouldn't get funding.
Then why do you have it in there?
That speaks to the responses that the CEO provided earlier, but it relates to the partnership agreements and work that is in place, but also around ensuring that it does achieve some of those outcomes that are in other strategic documents that council has in place.
Okay. Do you know what? Sorry. Do the staff understand what the word alignment means?
Yes.
It means that you must be travelling in the same direction. You are locked at the hip. So if the project isn't locked at the hip, and then I'll take you to the second part of the sentence, demonstrated level of support from mana whenua, then again, it fails the criteria for funding. It must be in lockstep, alignment. 2, you must have a demonstrated level of support from mana whenua. Can I ask what a demonstrated level of support looks like?
If it appears in integrated catchment management or in the biodiversity strategy or the climate strategy, of which mana whenua have been involved as partners in the creation of those, then that would be considered a demonstrated level of support, or they might be involved directly in catchment groups or projects that are occurring out in the region. So there are a number of ways in which that particular part of eligibility A could be achieved.
You see that I might have trouble with that, Richard, when the rest of the sentence reads, obtained for the initiative from Mana Whenua Papatipu Runaka. You see, your explanation doesn't actually match that paragraph, does it?
So as the chair pointed out, there's the opportunity for councillors to suggest changes to the criteria through this process. We've put something forward that we believe what's a staff recommendation, but there's opportunities through discussion around the table to seek some changes.
Sorry, on my list of people was Councillor Weir next, then Wilson.
Okay, thanks. I was just wondering around paragraph what actually I assume everyone's got paragraph 19 up, so I'll do paragraph 19 first. I was just wondering around E and G, around being a legal entity. That's in the singular. Does that mean, and I guess reflecting on point G as well, does that mean if there are a collective of community groups and whatever, that they would have to establish a sort of umbrella organisation on top of that, or can there be multiple legal entities forming a joint application?
Yes, I suppose is the answer in that respect from the legal entity was around proposing that money would be given to a physical structure as opposed to potentially just a group of individuals or some other, I suppose, informal structure. But from that umbrella method, that might be a situation of a joint application from multiple groups that one was going to hold the funding on behalf of the others. It wouldn't necessarily be creating entities for the sake of entity. It was more around proposing something that mitigated risk to council by investing money into something that wasn't a formal structure, if that makes sense.
Right. So to clarify, if you would do a joint application with multiple groups, you just have to pick one group that the money would
It
go
might be
to,
that would be the way that
or
it's
you could
proposed.
umbrella group.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. That makes total sense. And then just on oh no, I was just going to point out. I assume under 12 region wise should be region wise. Is that right? Policy. Or maybe it is region wise.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, that would be a typo.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
The region is wise, but it also wide.
Perfect. I just think
Very
that
arguable.
covers me. Oh, actually, sorry. Around aligning where appropriate to CAP implementation, I was just wondering if there were any examples you could think of where it might not be appropriate to, or you know, where it might be justified to not be aligned with CAP implementation. Are we just
I can't think of any at the moment, but I guess because we haven't got caps everywhere yet, we need to ensure that there's the opportunity for other groups to access the funding. But you never know what could come up in the future.
Yeah, so just giving that room.
And there might be something that's really innovative that wasn't thought about 5 years ago when we developed the cap. So we just wanted to ensure that we could capture that stuff if we needed to.
Cool. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Wilson, isn't it?
I'm going to go back to A, but in the best sense of 19A. I think there are two issues here for me, and I'm very, very supportive of the first part of A because I think there's a clear environmental strategy for Mana Whenua, and that's been available since 2007, and being consistent with that would not be difficult for any project. So thank you. And if it changed, I'm sure it will still be written in a way that would make that. My concern with the obtain and I think it's just a word change, is that I don't want to foist a whole lot of work on what. There are some CAP projects which will align very easily with the intent of the Ngā Tahu environment plan, but it won't necessarily have them involved in the process, and bringing them on board may be difficult. And certainly the further inland you are, the harder that is. And obtaining that consent may, when it's an eligibility criteria. So I think there's just a nuance there that I'm really happy. I don't want to write it right now, but I'm happy for that to be clarified. But I think totally respecting that we should try to be aligning. It's not going to be particularly hard to align with Otago's.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with what you said, and we, like I said, we genuinely want good governance and good direction and good conversation, and yeah, so that is good. I think based on discussions with mana whenua too, we had mana to mana yesterday. We actually did talk about this issue and whether or not Naka would like to look at every single funding application, and that's actually a lot of work as well and isn't the intent. So I think if we remove the obtained from my perspective, that, and that's what I think what Councillor Wilson was saying as well, that would be okay. So that's what I'd suggest. And I've actually had Councillor Ware signalling that they would like to move the recommendations, but perhaps we could note that small change as well. Sorry, if there are any other questions though, now's your time to ask them, and then we'll go into looking for a seconder for Councillor Ware and moving into debate. So we have got some hands up. Councillor McCall, are you asking a question or?
Oh, yeah, I've got a couple of questions.
And then Councillor Malcolm.
Got what they are now. But yeah, my question, well, one of my questions was around linking the funding to the integrated catchment management systems, because currently we've just got, where we are right now, we've got one integrated catchment management plan that's becoming just starting to become operative right now. Realistically, in 12 months, we may have two. And it could be another 12 months before we get 3 or 4. So it's going to be pretty narrow field, narrow cricket pitch really. But the way I was reading through it, it's probably I've probably got most of the summary paper at the back, and in there it sort of did talk a bit around like the integrated catchment process is not it's not a must-have, it's a nice to have as opposed to an organised plan or an organised group of the plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So do you think that under this structure, which is going to take a little while to get going, it would be in a position to be able to assess and find funding opportunities in the near future?
Yes, I think there's already existing projects out there that could either be bolstered, and we need to talk to those groups to see what achievements they're wanting to deliver, but not specifically for catchment action plans, but in general aligning with other ORC strategies.
Yes, they could be external to the integrated catchment program.
Yes.
But still aligned to our strategic direction and partnership with mana whenua, etc.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Now, the other thing, I can't find it now, but there was talk in the reports around how we go about doing the funding and whether it might end up being like linked to the long-term plan funding. It might be like 3-year funding or whatever. So I'm just wondering what the philosophy is against that, because if we're going to go into one decision every 3 years, it's a long time between drinks for hot water drinks or opportunities. Whereas is there a reason beyond that other than it simplifies it?
I'll give an answer a go. So our thought process is that if you've got a bigger pool of money, you can achieve more things, and you can give some of those groups the longevity and confirmation that you can provide them funding over 3 years. But again, it's up to this council table to decide whether it's yearly or 3 yearly. That's it doesn't really matter to us, but just from a community point of view, having that sustained level of funding would be important.
Can I just add to that too? It's not a either or. So a portion of the fund can be allocated over a period of time, and then some of it can be held over. So we're not saying you will either allocate $2 million a year immediately for 3 years or just do it year by year. Where it's suitable, just noting also in paragraph 21, and it's a conversation that the council's had, that the need for groups to show sustainability in the long term, because we talked about this being seed funding to get good demonstrated outcomes off the ground. So that gives that certainty over a period of time, but you don't need to allocate everything for 3 years. There's flexibility in the system. And the staff's job will be just to ensure that we track that and that, obviously we're not spending more than the allocation that you put in the long-term plan.
Yeah, so thanks for that. That was my next question. We could have a mix of, half or half or whatever, yeah.
And I think just the last thing to add to that is also in terms of the scale of the project proposed and the length of time to get some meaningful outcomes it might take. For something that might not be as established, but you want to fund or support, it might take some lead-in time to get some outcomes from it. So it may require longer funding, but and it's whether there might be a maximum level that's available and certain things are within that cycle up to a maximum of 3 years, say.
Do you think this option has the ability to draw in external funding? Because at the end of the day, it's not a lot of money for large scale definition.
It's hard to know that without doing it, but I think it would allow the community groups that are or the groups that are leading this work to attract other funding because they've got ORC funding. So I don't think it would necessarily bring money into ORC to then give out, but it would help those groups to enable them to get other funding.
So it may become nearly a precursor to option 2.
Yeah, which is that CCO or that other more long-term option, and this
Or
is that a really important stepping stone, and gets us to potentially where council wants to be with that outcome.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So that gives comfort in the process. That's not going to be a short process.
Yep. Councillor Malcolm.
So the recommendation that we're putting together, and it says that the funding will be decided as part of the annual plan process, but also which is also the establishment date of this fund will also be established. So we're not only today we're simply saying what's proposed is a good idea, but the actual timing of when the inception date of the fund and how the fund will be funded won't be made until annual plan time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And on that question that Councillor McCall had around the 6 million, we can't do that for this triennium or part of the long-term plan because we're already coming into year 2, and then we're seeking through the annual plan. You have to do 1 year, I think. I don't know how that works. I don't think you can do 2. So it would be for future.
A bit of work.
I think Councillor Laws is the only other person who wants a question. Yep. Councillor Laws, over to you.
Sorry, it's just trying to mute. Listen, in the paper that's been presented to us today, the long one, under section 6.1 mana whenua, it concludes by saying, which is on page 26 of the paper that's been provided, it's the detail paper. Headlined, Development and Implementation of a Large-Scale Environmental Funding.
Page 254 of the agenda.
26 of the paper, 254 of the agenda. You found it?
Yep.
Cool. I could take you to the last paragraph. It's recommended that further discussions are held with Runaka, either individually or collectively, before parameters or requirements / criteria for a large-scale fund are agreed and implemented. Why is this paper here today? Because those discussions haven't happened since this paper was written. They certainly haven't been presented as any evidence to this council today.
So that was part of the recommendation and in the report that has informed the staff paper, which is recommending the options and the eligibility criteria for the proposed fund. So again, whilst those specific recommendations in that report haven't all been picked up, the recommendation from the staff paper is that we have sufficient information and criteria to put a recommendation up to councillors to make a decision today on the eligibility criteria and the shape that the fund takes.
So am I right to read that report to say that that may be the staff recommendation, but that certainly isn't the iwi or the Rūnakas recommendation? Because that last, again, that's just the English language, that last paragraph seems very clear to me.
So that's right, Michael, we haven't had a formal recommendation from mana whenua either collectively or formally from Rūnaka groups. As Joe said, the staff recommendation is based on a number of conversations and bits of information, but you're correct, there's been no formal decision or communication or preference received.
Well, Madam Chair, might it be a good idea to let this issue lie on the table until that has been received, given that, according to the recommendation of the staff today, I'm asking this question, given to the recommendation of the staff today, that the primary eligibility criteria is alignment to their aspirations. Well, how ironic that you carry on going down that line when it's recommended by them that they need further discussion on this issue. And that would certainly assist me and possibly quell some of my observations and concerns.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. That's always a possibility, but we have we've already got Councillor Weir who wants to move the motions today. So that's what we've got. Yeah, we've got Councillor Malcolm who had his hand up ready to ask a question, so we got that, definitely. Yeah, and what we've got here is a report from a consultant attached to a staff paper which has recommendations which we're considering, which Councillor Weir wants to move. So we've got that. And we also had a discussion yesterday at Mana to Mana where we did talk about that assessing every little project is quite time consuming and isn't the intent, and that overarching strategies such as what was answered before, like the biodiversity strategy, etc., catchment action plans, is where we would have aligned our views on what our priorities are. So that we've talked about that already. We have the motions ready to go once we get a seconder. And Councillor Malcolm, I've already said you can ask your question. Thanks.
With Kevin, mic's on. Reading that again, going back to A and what has been said to us and that last part, is it intended that whatever we vote on in 6 and pass today, so we recommend that we go ahead or make some changes, it will then go back to mana whenua for sign off, or we pass it. It's just
there's no sign off process. Yeah, this is the decision for council to make. We're confident that the decision is consistent with the partnership and the discussions that have been had. There's no extra step in the process to take eligibility criteria or the process back for sign off.
Seconder for Councillor Weir. Councillor McCall, are you doing that? Yep. Councillor Weir, do you want to speak?
Yeah, may as well speak now. So, this is really exciting stuff. This, as we've covered, isn't quite final approval, but I think we are really very ready for this step today based on the staff recommendations. For everyone who was there, our discussions with mana whenua yesterday at Mana to Mana were quite helpful as well, and giving us an idea of the future of this work. And even after we do give it final approval, through annual plan and stuff, I think we should, as we've outlined, continue to review and improve the system as it develops and grows. But as it stands today, we've seen the success and even heard earlier in today's meeting the initiatives like the Eco Fund and site-led programs can have in improving biodiversity outcomes in those areas. And I think this just sort of takes those kind of initiatives to the next level, and will really be empowering our communities to take truly transformative actions at a landscape scale or at a large scale across area and time to truly see some positive biodiversity impacts, and let the community take the lead on that. So I'm very excited to take the next step today and approve the recommendations. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor McCalder, do you want to speak?
Oh, I can speak to you.
Yeah.
I think it's really good progress, and I think at the end of the day, it's pretty much summed up the feeling of the previous workshops that we've had, and which was trying to combine, like a direct approach, but have it linked into our work programs, etc., etc. So I think it's being pretty well thought out, and I think it's really important that we make sure that we are aligned with our strategic directions, and we are aligned with because our strategic directions have mana whero aspirations embedded in them, and so we're both on that partnership. That's really important. I think having it linked to the integrated catchment process is a little bit of a red herring right at the minute. But at the end of the day, recommendation 2 is it's a structured purchasing model, which request of information, request for a proposal, and then direct engagement. So it's got there's a lot of stuff going in behind there that we've got good systems in place to make sure that when we get to the decision of distributing funds, that it's well researched and well managed. So I think that's really awesome. But it also it's a way. It's a place to start, and we've got a project that will develop over time. So I think it's really important that we actually come to the position whereby we've got a starting place, and then we can move in time to develop what may end up being a more longer term or a bigger project that can draw in additional funds, etc., etc. So I think it's an awesome start, and very thorough reports. Thank you very much for that. I did enjoy the summary. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got both Councillor Laws and Kelleher's hands up there. Councillor Kelleher, I actually think you were first.
Okay, thank you. I'm opposed. In the first instance, the proposed change for just removing the word obtain still leaves the need to demonstrate support from mana whenua, so that just doesn't go far enough. But I'm fundamentally opposed at the moment. I don't think we are far enough advanced with this, even though we've got some quite definitive and detail in this report. Otago's ratepayers need more prudence in this. We don't have projects ready to go as far as I'm aware. This is just taking money from Otago ratepayers who are struggling already. We could do that into the future, but I think we need a far better structure in place at the moment. From what I see at the moment, iwi will be judge and jury over every project that appears, and I don't see how they're then going to manage the situation for ones that they are directly involved in. So I'll be against. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Laws.
Thank you. Listen, there's a number of problems with this particular thing, but can I just say as a general observation, this is what happens when staff dog turns into staff recommendation. I have already demonstrated to you that Runaka and iwi would like to have more and further discussions on this, but our staff have decided that, well, despite that request and despite that notification, we should carry on anyhow. So that doesn't strike me, even if I wanted to accord this process with anything that would approximate partnership. That's the first thing, so how ironic. The second thing, though, is that the proposed eligibility criteria will be signed off today. and they ensure that $2 million a year of ratepayer monies will effectively be within the control of a tiny group of unelected people selected essentially for their Indigenous background. It's an extraordinary process that this alleged partnership goes through, because the first section requires alignment to the intergenerational aspirations of them, as defined by that small group of people. As suggested in the wider issue, they should be Okaha or Te Ao Morima. Those are the two reference points. If they agree, then the project can proceed. If they don't, according to this eligibility criteria, no matter how good that project is, no matter how well supported by the community or the region in general, it can't, according to this particular criteria that is going to be passed today.
Point of order.
Yeah.
That's in direct contradiction to what staff has clarified earlier.
The written language is there.
Exactly. Read. It's a simple process. Read. And then let's come to the third aspect of this. What does alignment mean? I'm supposed to answer Councillor Ware's objection. The Oxford English Dictionary, which is the one used by the Environment Court and by the courts in general, when there is a question as to what a word means, but the Oxford English Dictionary defines alignment as agreement in a straight line or in a correct relative position. And the second definition to support the first is a position of agreement or alliance. Now, that's exactly the point that I was making earlier in my questions. A position of agreement or alliance. That's what alignment means, and that's what, and you now are well and truly informed, not by me, but by those who will interpret this document at some time in the future. And then removing the word obtained is rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic for this particular idea. It doesn't make any sense because you're still going to have to demonstrate a level of support for the initiative from Mana Whenua. So again, that effective veto is there. If they don't like it, it won't happen. I think staff have pushed the boat out on this one in a big way. I think they have, in their recommendations, gone beyond the scope of what iwi necessarily wanted, as demonstrated in the wider and more detailed report before us. And it was interesting when the Chief Executive was probed on this today, he said, A is a core priority for the Council. That's what he said. A is a core priority for the Council, Chief Executive today. Now, that's the first time I knew that this regional council was being run to suit simply the intergenerational aspirations of Mana Whenua, and that their demonstrated level of support was required for any initiative that came around the council table. But that apparently is our definition of partnership. I'll go back to this again. It's $2 million worth of funding. It might have a good and hopefully positive future. It might fund projects that are of great value to the region, but it should not have the lens of a small number of Indigenous folk in our region saying yay or nay. And that's what the criteria does. For that reason, I cannot support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor. Who else would like to speak next? Councillor, actually I had a list and I've got Councillor Somerville, Mepham, then Wilson. Thanks.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. I think this is a really important initiative, and it is a new initiative on the part of the ORC. And if we can set this in place, it can continue in the future and become an established part of what happens here. It could be a real game changer in many ways. I know that the amount of money that we have available here can't fund everything, and we've sort of discussed how organisations and groups who receive some of this funding will need to get funding from elsewhere, and that's fine. It will be interesting to see how that works, but let's do our part with this. I really like the idea that it's a way to be able to support the emerging catchment action plans, because we've been very clear that that catchment level stuff is how we are working. And that this fund also can bring continuity to groups, because we know that that sort of stop-start nature of funding can be such a barrier and so destructive and so time-consuming, time and energy too. I'm confident in the strength of our partnership with Mana Whenua, that this can actually work well. I think the word alignment is actually a very good one as a demonstration of effective partnership, and I think that was a good choice of words. No doubt over time, this will change as we apply our experience to it, and that's fine as it develops. And we've signalled that this is maybe an interim step, the way we do this, and in time it will develop and change. So I'm looking very much forward to this, and hope our later decisions when to actually put a start date and put this in place will go forward as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mepham, then Wilson.
I generally don't agree with Michael Laws, but in this case, I'm very supportive of proper process, and I'm also very supportive of getting this through and agreeing to this fund. But it is unclear to me in the paragraph 19A what the intent is. And I think that, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion around this, and it's complex the way it's written at the moment. I would prefer to see something else in here, still referring to the partnership with Mana Whenua. I don't like the thought of it being interpreted as needing the support of Mana Whenua to be a successful application. I don't know what I should do here. I'm thinking that I probably shouldn't support this. We really need to clarify 19A.
Thank you. Comment on what you could do here, but I won't. Councillor Wilson.
I share that nervousness, because if you look at page 250 on the report in 4.4 proposed eligibility criteria, it's quite clear that it is our recommendation that this criterion is to be used as a screening or pre-procurement. And on that basis, it is about, if you don't meet them, you're out, rather than as it was explained to us, which I much prefer the approach that is, you don't have to hit all of them, but you have to, it is a way of getting through. So I think there's some nuance in here. And the fact is that we've got this report that, if it were flagged in front of us, would make sure that it would raise a doubt later on if none of us around the table. I'm just nervous about that. So I'm going to suggest that the request staff to rewrite 19A to give that flexibility, and I'm really comfortable. I will probably end up supporting this today, but I will be on the basis that I will be making some suggestions of a reduction for the first few years in the annual plan debate next week, cognizant of the fact that our community are very concerned about rates increases and their rates, and given that we haven't got through the CAP process. I just want to be really clear with people, though, also about 1980, I should have said, the CAP process has and always will involve Mana Whenua, I think, because of the way it's set up, in which case will be the pathway forward. So I'm not really overly concerned about the eligibility thing, but I think it can be written in a better way to get rid of that concern. I should have said that. But yeah, so while I'm supportive of us starting the program, it shouldn't be doing it all at once, but that's a debate for next week, not today. Yep.
Just can I have a question on procedure?
You're allowed to understanding orders question staff at any point.
Right, all right. So this is on procedure.
Okay, procedural one. Yep.
So should I wish to have this paper laid on the table for staff to reflect on the discussions of clause A and reconstruct clause A to reflect what has been indicated by the CE, can I move a motion to lay this paper on the table that usurps the motion already from councillor Ware?
And bring up when next week?
And at what opportunity would we have to proceed with the motion?
So the answer on that, because you've asked procedurally, 25.2 under the standing orders says any member who has not spoken on a matter under debate may move any one of the following procedural motions to close or adjourn or a debate. And there is one about lying on the table, probably D. Yep, that the item of business being discussed should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting. So there is a possibility of doing that. That was your question, yep. And it would happen, I guess, whenever, but it could happen after the annual plan discussion,
So
yep.
it would come back in June. The subsequent part of D is that if it was left lying on the table, it would have to happen before October. So if it was still lying on the table at the end of training, it would have expired. But the intent would be probably would bring it back in June.
Subsequent question to that point on timing. Can I ask that?
Yes, you can ask a question of staff at any point, yep.
So, Richard, how would that affect process to incorporate funding options for the annual plan? No impact. Thank you. Having
Malcolm, yep.
Knowing that I haven't spoken in debate, I wish to move that the paper be laid on the table for staff to review the eligibility criteria the proposed eligibility criteria to reflect the explanations given by the Chief Executive Officer.
Could I also ask
a
procedural question on that?
I think standing orders say that you can only move what it says here. You can move any one of the following, and you actually have to move that one, I think.
Oh, just lay it on the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Without
So it's D.
Thank you. Sorry,
I
apologies.
think that's what it's saying. Yeah.
And
But we got the intent of what you're saying around the timing.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I had a seconder for that.
Can I clarify just?
We could, sorry, do we need to put that up?
No debate.
Yeah, there's no debate, that's right.
No.
People need to know what they're voting on when I put it though with no debate.
I'm happy to second, Madam Chair. I haven't spoken.
Right, thanks. It's all known. Sorry, Kylie, you could cut and paste it out of something, but I could read it out again and that would be enough, wouldn't it, I think? Yeah, Richard's gonna read it
So the
out.
item of business being discussed should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting. That's the that's the resolution.
Could I ask a question?
There's no further debate, yep, you can ask, no, because there's no further debate, we have to put it straight away.
Can I ask a question of Richard?
No, you can only ask a question when we're in debate, there's no more debate, so we have to put it. So I'm gonna put it all in fact, it's correct. We've got no debate now, we have to put it straight away, that's what happens.
In the spirit of being helpful.
Yep, no, because he's moved it, that's what he wants, yep. I have to be fair to over and seconder.
Madam Chair, I think questions of clarification are able to be asked.
If he doesn't understand what he's voting on, I guess that's correct.
I'm happy to seek leave to move motion that we could.
And I'm comfortable with that, Chair.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
you can ask a question without moving the motion to do
So
that, yeah.
in terms of this goes on the table now. It just keeps it there. Can work be done on 19A to change the way it's written while this is on the table?
So when we put it back on the agenda, we could bring back amendments. The paper would still stay as it is, but we could present some additional information when it's picked back up for discussion that would give alternative options. So the paper itself can't be, but we could bring back some further information to support the discussion when you pick that paper back up.
Right.
Also,
Surely
question
there's
while
one
we're-
more question.
Yes, so when we pick that back up, that would still have the motion moved standing. That was moved, yeah.
The item
I don't
is
need the
the
answer to that
item
now.
and yeah, like it comes
It comes
back
Yeah.
when we
Yeah,
ask
yeah,
it
yeah,
to,
yeah,
I suppose.
yeah.
Mhm.
Correct. As long as it's available.
Mhm. Good one. I'm gonna put it. Everyone understands what they're voting on now, yes?
To leave it on the table.
Okay, we'll read it out one more time, it's quite simple. Wherever that one went to, Richard.
The item of business being discussed should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting.
Not be further discussed, we've got that point now. So I'm putting it all in favour,
Aye.
against. Okay, we've got one against that I heard. If anyone would like their votes recorded, yep. So we've got we're adding Councillor Somerville who would like their votes recorded. Okay, the motion to lie on the table was carried. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks very much, Libby, Emma, Joe, everyone who's been involved in this, and we'll look forward to seeing it again. 10.4, Head of Lake Whakatipu Natural Hazards Adaptation Program.
So again.
Welcome everyone, and thanks for waiting for us during our robust debate that we've been having.
Well done. It's not good.
Welcome along. This is a really important stage as well for this project. So over to you. Feel free to introduce.
Thanks for having us, everyone. We're so got Tuan Nguyen in the natural hazards team, myself and Conroy as well, and also our team leader, John. Luke. Sorry. And moving on. So I just wanted to give you a quick intro to the paper and then obviously open to any questions that you have. So we're pleased to reach a key milestone in this program, this Head of Lake Whakatipu Natural Hazards Adaptation Program. So today we're seeking endorsement of a comprehensive natural hazards adaptation strategy for the area, which is the document in Appendix 1 of your agenda. So the strategy, it's a partnership between Otago Regional Council, Queenstown Lakes District Council, Civil Defence Emergency Management at Otago, and also with the community. And it provides a common direction for all of our natural hazard management and adaptation planning in the area and for decisions around the future of Head of Lake area. It also supports everyday decision making by individuals and the community. So the strategy contributes to ORC's strategic direction, which is that Otago builds resilience in a way that contributes to the wellbeing of our communities and environment through planned and well-managed responses to shocks and stresses, including natural hazards, and specifically to goal 1 of that direction, which is that plans are in place to ensure that the region's most vulnerable communities and ecosystems are resilient in the face of natural hazards. So that's what the strategy contributes to. So we've been working on this program for over the last 5 years, and it's generated a substantial body of knowledge on natural hazards in the area, so including a much deeper understanding of seismic and flood risks in the area, Along the way, during our 5-year journey, the community has been very generous in sharing their insights and local knowledge, and that's improved our understanding of the social and economic resilience of the area. So this is ORC's now most advanced application of the central government direction on dynamic adaptive pathways planning. It sets a benchmark for future adaptation planning where we might need that in areas that have complex challenges and future uncertainties. So learnings from this work are already informing our other programs, which include South and in Future and Clutha Delta. And the sort of learnings we're talking about are things that really the benefit of engaging early and deeply with the community, and also the value of things like collaborative research. So in regard to some sections of the program, I'll just highlight a couple of things. So the natural hazard resilience at Head of the Lake is reliant on a strong foundation of existing responses that we're looking forward to building upon. So in the action plan, which you'll find in section 10, so that's page
663.
Yes, 663. So in the action plan, section 10, so that outlines the existing commitments and planned actions by the responsible agencies over the current planning timeframes. So that's the short-term actions that we're going to track them and work towards delivery of those. So some of ORC's actions in there include business as usual activities such as flood forecasting and warning, things like that. It also includes actions that we've already planned and budgeted in the current LTP. And similarly, QLDC's actions include the same sort of things. They're business as usual, for example, infrastructure such as the roads, also the flood bank is a QLDC infrastructure, and wharves and things like that. They're all in QLDC's business as usual. And other QLDC's actions also include in their current LTP as well. So their support for the program in their LTP under community associations work programs. There's also mention of the area as being a key initiative in the QLDC 30-year infrastructure strategy. So we already have a level of integration there. So that's basically the sort of short to medium term or in current planning cycles and the actions that we've committed to and we've budgeted for. In the future though, however, we may need a different set of responses. And so that's why the strategy also includes a future toolbox of ways to manage hazards, but also more innovative ideas that we might need in the future. So these are highlighted in pink in table 9.6. And in your agenda, it's page 646. So these are not commitments, however, because they don't have funding identified at this stage. So what the future toolbox is for is that it can inform preparation of the next cycle of planning by ORC and partner agencies. And for standard ways of managing hazards, the decisions on future levels of investment would be through those the normal decision-making planning cycles, such as LTPs, obviously. If some of the future responses are a bit more out of the ordinary, any out of the ordinary response would require one-off specialised planning, funding and governance arrangements. So that would have to be pursued differently from what we currently do. It's also worth noting that if there is a severe event up in the area, there would be a sort of specialised recovery planning going on. So I just wanted to highlight also that, we've been working really closely with QLDC at the staff level, and we're very collaborative relationship, and we're working to stand up a natural hazard steering group that will help support this collaboration as well. So that's probably the main parts. So I just want to give the other point to highlight is that progress since we last came to council. So in December, we got endorsement to take a draft of the strategy out for public feedback. So we gathered public feedback between December and February. And we used 5 methods to do that. We had an online survey, a paper-based survey, email and post submissions, and we also went out to the community with some engagement events, which we also, letterbox drops so that people could be aware of what we were doing. So the copy of the feedback summary is included in Appendix 3, if you want to have a look through the feedback summary. So although the level of participation was relatively low, also being aware it is the busy season up there, the feedback showed strong community support, and 80% of the respondents agreed with the strategy's vision. And the strategy is regarded as practical, science-based, and developed through an inclusive process. Some of the respondents emphasised the importance of integrating physical and non-physical responses, and also the importance of policy-driven strategies. So the community engagements events were well received, and they provide an opportunity for direct feedback. Based on the community and public feedback, we made some revisions to the draft. This included a new heritage subsection to identify, to tie into the heritage into the strategy. So that was a really good improvement. And then we did another round of review with all of the partners internally and our other partner agencies, also with the KAHA as Manawatu representatives. So at the end of that process, we now have a comprehensive strategy document in Appendix 1, and that's final, and we are seeking your endorsement of that one. If it is endorsed, the next steps will be basically in community engagement, where we focus on increasing awareness of the strategy and also improving accessibility to the information, being aware that a chunky report is not necessarily easy to follow. And we're also looking to improve the website content as well. So as part of the accessibility bit, we've got pursuing a shorter and more accessible sort of condensed overview, which presents key parts of the strategy in less than an hour's reading. And draft text of that is attached in Appendix 2 for your consideration. We'll add the visual elements at the next design stage. As we proceed with implementation, we'll track the progress of the actions. We can also add actions along the way as we, integrate with other planning cycle, and continue to check in with the community about all of that. So this is the first version of the strategy. So in order, to include an improvement loop, we'll be collecting information to track changes in the area. Some of those actions are in the monitoring plan the monitoring plan is part of the actions. And we will then, see how the strategy is working, and then we can make adjustments and review over time. So that's sort of a brief yes there. So we're seeking endorsement of Appendix 1 and noting the other 2.
Well done. Any questions? Councillor Ware.
I just want to ask on the pace, because you mentioned, I think at the top, I wasn't sure if I heard correctly, that this was the furthest advanced of any of the sort of dynamic adaptive pathway projects that are happening. Was that in Otago, or was that nationally?
Oh no, in Otago.
In Otago. And then based on that, so that means it's ahead of the South Dunedin future program. I was wondering if you might be able to touch on the differences between those programs and how that sort of affects the pace, because the South Dunedin program started before the Head of Lakes project, is that right?
Officially?
The actual program, South Dunedin Future program, started after the end of the day.
Right. It was all just the preparatory work.
Yeah. So it was not a formal program. The work in South Dunedin, we were gathering information, doing investigation, but the program that was presented to council at a different time, the South Dunedin Future, that started after.
Okay. And would you say there are differences in pace between the projects, or they are sort of progressing at around the same pace?
think that because of that preparation work for Southern Meeting, the stage where we are in, so what can we do about the hazard and the finalization of the plan, this is progressing, I think. So we started at more advanced stage in Southern Meeting in terms of hazard information. So the rest of the steps are, I think, are progressing at the same pace as people.
Cool, really promising stuff, thanks. Kate, I think you were actually first in the with others.
I'm happy for the report. It's all clear to me and consistent. I'm slightly concerned about and I may have misread it, the resolutions and how they affect both our funding planning and our commitments. Now, and I had thought that we were pulling back almost completely once this plan was done, and I see that we're not. And I do understand that some of those actions are better held by us. But to put 2 or 5 years into projects when there may have been no change to anything, no floods, no nothing, I'm just wondering, we will do this every 2 years. Is that really necessary? And in the motions, do we commit to that by adopting the strategy for the long-term plan for purposes? Or is it that we should be really saying we'll do these as often as change drives the need to?
Just on we were proposing 6-year review, so
Yeah.
2 long-term plan.
Sorry, in the actions, if you go through that chart for section 10, there are some things that you do more regularly than others, and they're not determined by a change in the environment. They just say every 2 years or every 3 years, and they're all different. But I just want to check because the resolutions basically hold us to this once we've done this. Sorry, I will give you an example, might be easier.
Page 667.
667, I'll just 663. Thank you. So if you, the purple ones, I think, towards the end. So some things are annually or as needed, which is fine. I'd say as needed. I'm not quite sure if it's annually and or needed. You're going to do it more often, and that's on 673. But further on, you've got reviewed every 2 years in the orange section on 675, a couple of places, and then further on, you've got on 676, you've got every 2 years, every 1 year, and maybe I just don't understand what those are committing to. I certainly know a whole lot of other areas would love us to be committing to some understanding of gravel works and doing this work annually, if not more often. And I'm not quite sure that we should be prioritising these projects just because we've done this. And I'm just checking in what this really will mean in budgets.
So the ones that you're referring to in the orange section around, like, for example, the maintenance and river management. So that's sort of the items that have been extracted out of the BAU plan so it's not just limited to that, but it's the expression of BAU for the integration piece in the BAU. So it's not additional to BAU.
Yeah, if I could just quickly add to that. So one of the actions talked about there with the 2-year review is reviewing our activities, where we're putting diggers in the river, shifting gravel, all of that sort of thing on an operational basis. In actual fact, we do that every year and review those tasks and their relevance. Rivers are dynamic, they move all the time. So we'd be undertaking that annually anyway, but at least every 2 years. Those review cycles are totally within our BAU and just reflect what we're doing.
So can I just understand BAU? We've done this one. This is the first one, we're most advanced. We're putting this work in. You're saying it's going to be within the existing budget? And
correct.
Yeah, okay. And if we do this in all of the other places that need this work done, which we don't know yet because we haven't done the either, I'm just wondering what that means. There are a lot of areas that want some of this work done, whether we've done a natural hazard or not. It's just their local environments. And I'm just checking that we've got funding in there to do this in a wider scale, or whether we confront this now and just say, do we need to be doing this more holistically across the Otago?
Look, I think there are a number of actions in there that potentially lead to further works or other bits and pieces. But the things you're talking about here that have those regular reviews, they are operational tasks. And so, for instance, if we have a budget of, for argument's sake, $500,000 for river management within the Queenstown Lakes area, we look at the program of work or the work required within that area. We match that up against budget, and we manage accordingly. If there is additional works required due to a sustained period of flooding or a sustained period of river damage, we would return to council to talk about that funding escalation or what was required, but that would be through the normal LTP or annual plan cycle. This action only demonstrates the tasks we undertake to manage those types of budgets and those work programs.
I'm just going to add to that. So this document lays out a series of commitments, but again, the council can only confirm those commitments through its budget decisions. So I think the review under 10 action plan on 663, 6 years or more often is required to reflect our progress and adjust, reflects that council will always need to consider and weigh up all of the commitments that may need to be made across the region. As it stands currently, this is contained within the budget envelope for these business as usual activities. If there was a need to consider the scope of business as usual activities in future budgets, because we have further examples of this around the region, Kate, as you raised, then there may be a need to adjust the commitments made in this to reflect what our budgetary process can afford. So I think as it stands, it sits within budgets. If there was a reconsideration of business as usual activities because of whatever pressures come on it through annual plan, long-term plan processes, this still allows us to update this document to reflect those decisions as we balance the need of other parts of the region.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether endorsing this project should be subject to entering into an MOU. I hope that we're not doing this if Queenstown Lakes doesn't pick up their piece. I mean, I think that's the expectation, is that the first action is that we have an MOU with Queenstown Lakes, and this all follows through, or I misunderstood that.
Most of the actions that are in here that have Queenstown Lakes name on it are already funded in their LTP or have been acknowledged in their infrastructure strategy or have ties to the processes that they undertake, just as we have with that. Or when we've developed the strategy, we've ensured that there's alignment with those documents. Likewise, Queenstown Lakes staff have been through it with the same lens.
Okay, and final question. Because this has been an exception, well, the first one, when we funded it at, I think, general rates, can I have confirmation that everything from funding in this report from now on will come out of the river management rate? And that's the appropriate area for the actions to come out of in our policy.
So the actions that you see highlighted in orange for Otago Regional Council will. The actions that you see in blue will come out of policy and planning process budgets. You can see the headings of much above each table, but they're allocated across the business.
John Lowe.
Yeah, so just to add on Councillor Wilson's comment about other places in the region that may need similar work, I'll have appetite for this. So we presented in the past work on regional scale exposure assessment and a prioritization work. I think in November 24, we presented a paper to the Safety and Resilience Committee around prioritizing our work programs in natural hazards. So the plan is to bring another paper to the Science and Resilience Committee in June, presenting the work around the regional exposure. And following that, we'll be able to apply the prioritization approach that was presented to Council in November. And that will give us and give Council a way to compare and weigh where this type of work is needed, where more standard hazard mitigation work is needed, and put that into work programs through the long-term planning.
Thank you. Look, can I just test, I think I'm looking at different pages. So I go to 667, which is the Otago Regional Council Natural Hazards, are going to do periodic, at least every 5 years, that's monitoring and analysis of signals, triggers and thresholds. That's in blue. Does that come out of general rates or is that out of the river? Sorry, I do want to understand what we're exposing our communities to when we do this.
So the intent of the signals and triggers that we've identified is that they will use information that ourselves and our partner agencies already collect. So we're trying to be as cost efficient as possible. So if we already collect the information around some social, economic and other factors such as monitoring the condition of the catchment, because we do that periodically anyway, then we're going to use all of that information to inform this part. So yes, we are fully aware that we need to be as cost effective as possible. So we're going to make maximum use of the information we already collect, and we and the partner agencies, because it is a partnership.
My understanding is that all of our hazards analysis that occurs, so most of these things that you're talking about are hazards data information gathering are general rate funded. So if you're looking at a post-event survey of anywhere across the region, that would come out of a general rate funding pot. But as Anne was saying, these things are relatively low cost, and I wouldn't consider them to be a significant burden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the order is Councillor Noon, MEFM, and then Laws.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report and oral summary. My question just relates to the policy that sits in the RPS, the natural hazards, P1, whatever. Because we didn't notify a land and water plan, so I assume that the method that delivers or gives effect to that policy is the method that sits in the water. Well, I suppose it's got to be in the water plan or whatever, be part of the water plan, I imagine. So my question really is, we haven't got a method that aligns with our March 2024 notified policy statement. So I suppose trying to understand the method that we're using would align with a modern method that we may or may not have notified. Well, we didn't notify last year, but we were unable to notify last year. So do you understand where I'm coming from? Just obviously developed a strategy that sits under the RPS. That's cool. And then there's action plans that sit below that. But would have the strategy and the action plans look any different if we had notified the land and water plan last October? Is the thinking the same? Because during the development of or drafting up a land and water plan, the thinking would be the same as what was applied here to develop a strategy and an action plan. Sorry if that doesn't make sense.
Did it affect the strategy at all, and is it different now that we haven't notified at all?
So, sorry if that's confusing.
No, I think I understand what you're saying. I think the answer is no, broadly, because a lot of the planning and policy processes that give effect to change or adaptation to natural hazards are tied to district planning and spatial planning processes, more built environment focused elements rather than the land and water plan itself. So I think the page you're referring to, 674, there's a series of actions that relates to tying to the RPS or tying to spatial plan, district plan, and other relevant plans and policies, and talk to information for limbs and building consents and all of that sort of stuff as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Meekum.
Kate actually asked my question around the budgeting, so that's fine, but just a little bit of a quirky question. And we're being asked to endorse this document. And endorsing seems to be a little bit short of approval in terms of my understanding. So are we approving, it's the approval that you're seeking for this, this plan. Not support, is that right?
Yes.
Approval, okay, that's fine.
I just suggest that endorse is probably more appropriate in this case, in that the document has been developed across a range of agencies and provides commentary from a range of agencies and with significant input from community. And it doesn't while it is provides a level of commitment, it doesn't necessarily commit you to a range of costs and other bits and pieces that you wouldn't otherwise be committed to. So endorse was the word we chose for that reason.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Councillor Laws.
I'm
Oh,
mute.
yeah, you're on mute, yeah.
Good.
Might be struggling to unmute at the moment.
Thank you. So I was actually. It's I don't know whether it's a fat finger or it's a technical problem, but I'll go with the fat finger. We've taken an awful long time to get to this position. I can remember sitting around the council table in my first year to get to the strategy. And there's an awful lot of words here, which I'm sure no one will ever read. So I'm really interested in the bits that are coloured in this, which is what are we actually going to do? Can I take you to those coloured bits of what we're actually going to do and what we're doing at the moment? They're on my pages 742 to 745. And if you look at the blue and the green, that's what we're doing at the moment, and really it's not much. The rubber meets the road in the red, on the red toolbox, future toolbox, yeah? 741. And I guess what I'm really asking is, along with the entire Glenorchy community, who's paying? That's the question. Now, I heard that word partnership just used again just lately, and I'm going, oh, well, then that would mean the ORC, the QLDC, the local community, and Mana Whenua. Are they all going to be the contributors, or is it just the ORC, the QLDC, and the local community? Because there's a lot of, and then I was going to ask you, Richard, I assume that the next stage of a strategy, because that's just the way local government seems to work, is that you follow it with an actual plan. Is it right? So you're going to do some costing of all of these things that are outlined as needing to be done. But I'd have to suggest that if you're going out to that community, that's what they really want to know. What's this going to cost and who's going to pay?
Anne, are you wanting to answer? For Tom, yep.
So I think let's start by answering that the tables that you've identified are in the future action space, so they're not current commitments. I'll qualify that by saying the general feedback we received from the community, this is generalising, was that there was a level of acceptance with the risk that they faced, and so we went to great lengths to quantify and detail the risks and provide a lens that was I guess a practical view of how those risks would eventuate for that community. We looked at the difference between property risk and life risk and a range of other things. The feedback we received from the community was that they are a resilient community. They live in a place They live in that place for its beauty, and with that beauty comes a level of natural hazards risk. What we're saying with the strategy is that it may be in the future that future toolbox would need to be delved into, and that future toolbox includes things like assessing future responses like retreats or planning changes and other bits and pieces. And I think those are the costs, the future costs that you're referring to, and who you're asking who pays for those things. What we're saying at the moment is that through conversations with the community and with our partners, that we don't think those steps are necessarily required at this stage. The strategy provides for that, but then it does talk to the, you know, if in a future state these hazards were to escalate, or if we were on a pathway where these challenges were to become more acute, or the community were to change their view, then the strategy allows for taking these things out of the toolbox.
So are you saying that everything that's here, which is the sort of serious stuff, which is going to cost money, that isn't going to be put into our long-term plan for the next 10 years?
What might future?
Yeah. Depending on the action, it may end up in the long-term plan. So what the strategy is doing is, for the future toolbox, it's highlighting actions or projects that could help increasing the resilience of the community, and they may be included in ORC long-term plan, QRDC long-term plan, but they're not necessarily that offer the strategy give the kind of foundation for those actions to be discussed in long-term plan processes.
Okay, I'll ask another question. Let's make it easier. So does that mean that at the moment, when we do the long-term plan, was it next year or the year after? At the moment, it's not intended to put any of those crunchy engineering stuff, including flood mitigation, river works, etc., in our long-term plan, because we don't need to do that now.
I think that may be considered, but it's not we haven't made a decision yet about including those actions in the long-term plan, and that would require discussion with community, with QRDC for some of them.
Okay, thank you.
So am I correct in saying there is a figure within our long-term plan at the moment for business as usual, which does include a variety of river management works, weed spraying, gravel shoveling around and the likes, so that we're not going to magnify that unless we go back to the community and say, how's your appetite to do that, then we'll put it in the plan.
Correct. So anything outside of the red or the purple in the action table is already in the long-term plan or annual plan, and that includes also action around flood warning and continuing that for the rain, not only river management.
Thanks, Jean-Luc.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Oh,
sorry. I just want to highlight maybe the implementation. There's a diagram on page 660 might help a little bit. So basically, this is just highlighting who's roles and responsibilities, what sits under the current LTPs, district plans, group plan, and for property owners, for example. And then you're just highlighting that we're not replacing the decision-making processes that would lead to future versions. So the place to make the decisions will sit under the decision-making process for future planning cycles. So just want to highlight that. And so we're basically saying, Otago Regional Council, we're responsible for certain things now and in the future, and we'll make our decision-making through our processes. And then off to the side, on the right-hand side of the diagram, there's some things that are out of the ordinary and they're not normal processes, and they would need to be obviously examined in much greater detail and made a good case for, and have a completely different funding arrangement. But anything that's kind of standard ways of managing hazards, that it falls under our roles and responsibilities of ourselves and our partner agencies, with decision-making would be through the usual processes.
thank you. Somebody want to care that to move the resolutions there, motions?
Happy to do this.
Yep. Councillor Sunbottle, seconded Councillor Weir. Yep. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. As we've heard, this has been a long time in the making, and a lot of work has gone in there. And I think probably we have learnt through the process about the application of this dynamic adaptation pathways process, and we'll be able to apply that to future things. So thanks to everyone who's involved. Thanks to the people of the Glenorchy community who have played, an absolutely essential part in this, and we hope that this is going to be useful. I won't say I hope this will set everyone's minds at rest, because I don't think it is going to do that, but it's giving people a much more realistic notion of what it is to live in that area, and setting out ways we do what we can to make the future better for that. But it's certainly not about eliminating all risk, and we're well aware of that. So thank you for good work.
Anyone else? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, look, the report is very interesting reading. If you want to sit down and read it, and I really do appreciate that it has been a length of time, but that area up there has taken a long time to evolve into what it is now. So ours is only a small part of it. Just probably my thoughts over this whole process since it has started is ensuring that as an organisation, we are actually completing our legislative responsibilities, and I think by identifying these hazards and plans forward is probably right on top of that. But we've got to be very mindful that we're not overstepping, or if we are overstepping that mark, that we are actually giving benefit to those communities and to other communities of Otago. So look, I think it's a critical report that it's not long overdue. It's taken the time that it's taken, and we've certainly got good community buy-in. I'm just very mindful of steps going forward that we do stick to what we should be doing, and if we are going to, which is highlighted in your action steps, which is if we're going to step out of that realm, that we are back here, back talking to the communities and saying, well, this is a very good step forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Noon.
Yeah, I think this is once again, it's a really important work. This is like so sort of one of the reasons why we exist is to ensure that our communities are well informed about natural hazards. Not only that, we also need to inform them about the future and have plans in place to ensure that we are meeting our as Councillor Malcolm said, their regulatory requirement. But as I say, I think this is cool business for this organisation. So it's good to get to a milestone with this particular project. So well done.
Nobody else wants to speak, I don't think. No hands up online either, so we can put it. All in favour, aye, against, carried. Fantastic, well done everyone. So we are now finished the council meeting as well. We have no recommendations from committees today. So I am going to close us off with a karakia. I haven't forgotten anything, have I, Kylie? No? Good one. Kia tau te rangi Māori e, ki runga ina iwi o te ao. Thanks everybody.